this year has been a great home field advantage for the New York Yankees fans on their way in. Now, if you think about it, those two little guys, they landed in the wrong nest, I'll tell you that. But they're going to get to see a great ballpark and the great hall as well. As tonight, My Nine presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Toronto Blue Jays in the first game of a two-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball, along with John Flaherty and Al Leiter. I'm Michael Kay. Well, the Yankees have won 2 in a row. Yesterday was a good game, an important game for the Yankees. They've had their troubles against the Angels, but they beat them 5-3. And right in the middle of that victory for the Yankees was the red-hot Mark Teixeira.
Mark Teixeira swung a good bat last night. He had a couple of hits. He had a couple of RBIs. He made a great play in the field. It all started against Jared Weaver. A base hit to right field. Bobby Abreu does a nice job of keeping Mark Teixeira to a single. A little catcher's interference, still strong enough, driving the ball up the center field wall. A triple, 2 RBIs. He now has 111 on the year, and then he finishes night off with a double. The right field corner ends up in the seats. Brett Gardner ran for him. That ended up being the winning run for the New York Yankees.
Look at the numbers. 35 home runs, second in the American Leagues behind Carlos Pena, and Pena's out for the season. 111 ribbies first, slugging percentage fifth, and runs scored 92. That's good for 8th in the league. Now, the Yankees are going to need Mark Teixeira to swing a hot bat because they're facing Roy Halladay. Last time out, they didn't have much success against the man that's called Doc.
The Yankees did not, and I'll tell you, across baseball, this guy is as good as any pitcher. Backdoor, what I like about Roy Halladay, he has a scissor effect, ball coming into the lefty, away on the righty. It's an ideal situation for a guy that has been dominant for his years. Since 2002, he's got the most wins in baseball. He has 7 complete games this year. The Yankee hitters got their hands full tonight.
Last time out, they had just that one hit, Ramiro Pena. Tonight's pitching matchup is brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'. Halladay 14-9, 3.03. Sergio Mitre gets start for the Yankees, 3-2, 7.02 ERA. Well, when you put together the season that the Yankees have put together, there have been very few sour notes. There was one today. Andy Pettit's going to miss his next start. Al and I will talk about it next on My Nine.
It's not sharp. It's a dull ache and what he called some fatigue. And it's not in the beginning of the game. It was a little bit more towards the end, the 5th inning, 4th and 5th inning. So we thought it was in our best interest and his best interest to skip him the turn.
A little bit of a bombshell dropped by Joe Girardi about 2 hours before the game tonight. Reason to be concerned, Al?
I don't think so, and I think you really just have to read into what Joe Girardi knows about his pitcher. Andy Pettitte is a veteran guy. I know he's 37 years old. He's pitched 200 innings the last 4 years. They're going to take it in that order, knowing that, hey, let's be precautious here, and let's make sure that we're not going to do anything to jeopardize a postseason.
All right, now, dull ache compared to a sharp ache, is that better?
Yes. Look, there's certain tests that a pitcher will do, and it's mostly through a trainer with the strength tests. And based on that, and again, it keeps going back to Andy Pettitte knows his arm, pitchers know their body, and a sharp pain would be a problem, but the fact that it's a dull ache, this is a matter of skipping his start. He'll pitch in Anaheim. He'll get another start, maybe a tune-up start to get into what looks like a postseason.
Is this normal? 37-year-olds aren't supposed to be throwing baseballs?
Well, you're exactly right. It's not a normal motion, but yeah, I think this is good, and the fact that the Yankees have a lead, there's the luxury to them to be able to back off and temper it, and it's all based on what Andy's saying. I think it's a good move.
Well, we'll see how it turns out. Right now we have a lineup coming up, baseball, and the Yankees against the Blue Jays coming up next on My Nine. New York Yankees baseball on My Nine is brought to you in part by Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward. Men's Warehouse, you're going to like the way you look. And by TD Bank, America's most convenient bank. Been a beautiful day in New York City, a nice evening. Looks to be on tap. The Yankees have taken the field. Nice win for them yesterday, 5-3. Sergio Mitre taking his warm-ups, and we're going to take a look at the Toronto Blue Jays starting lineup, brought to you by your local Dodge dealers. Blue Jays at 65 and 79, lead off Marco Scudero, their shortstop. Aaron Hill, the second baseman, bats second. Batting third and playing DH, Adam Lynn. Vernon Wells is starting to get hot. Finally, center fielder cleaning up. Batting fifth and playing first base, Lyle Overbay. Edwin Encarnacion at third will bat sixth. Batting seventh and catching, Arad Barajas. Jose Bautista in right field hits eighth, and batting ninth and playing left field, Travis Snyder.
And pitching for the New York Yankees, Sergio Mitre, 28 years old. This is his ninth start of the year, 10 appearances, one coming out of the bullpen, 3-2 record, not a very good ERA at 7.02. Too many hits per innings at 61 to 41 innings. Let's take a look at the New York Yankees pitching scout report, brought to you by Verizon Wireless, America's largest mobile-to-mobile calling family. If at first, opponents have scored during his first innings, 6 of his 8 starts. He's got to get a better start out of it. Out of sync. Well, his last start, he had 11 runs, a career high. 9 of them were earned against Toronto on September 6th. And single to death. I said about the 61 hits. In the 41 innings, just 14 of those have been extra base hits. He's given up a lot of ground ball base hits.
I like the out of sync, Al. That was nice.
Thank you.
And you didn't spell it S-Y-N-C. It was S-I-N-K.
Right.
Sinker.
Just like the sinker.
Wow. Good
Sinking
stuff.
fastball.
Good stuff. Anyway, we hope to have a good game for you tonight. First game of a 2-game set. Yankees against the Blue Jays, and then the Yankees go to the West Coast again. 3 games in Seattle, and then 3 games against the Angels in Anaheim. So Marco Scudero is having a very, very good year. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the season. He digs it. On the mound and ready to go is Sergio Mitre, and let's do it here at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. And the first pitch is a strike, and we are underway. Scudero has walked 89 times, so he takes pitches, gets on base. Good leadoff hitter for the Blue Jays. And the pitch. Punched out right side and a base hit. Good piece of hitting by Scudero, leading off with a single.
Well, you're right. A great piece of hitting, and Al mentioned it in the scouting report. A lot of singles off of Sergio Mitre, and that's a good pitch. Down and away, good movement. Better job of hitting by Scudero, slapping it the other way is kind of what the Blue Jays did against Sergio Mitre's last start.
Well, you mentioned, Michael, about a career year. You're exactly right. That's amazing. When you see guys that have been around for a while, as Scudero has, with the Mets, Cleveland, Oakland, feeling comfortable in a particular place and really has thrived. And what a year to thrive. As you said, he's going to be a free agent after this year.
So Scudero leads off first, held there by Teixeira. Here's Aaron Hill. And
see Jorge Posada letting Mitre know about Scudero, taking a little walking lead. And obviously, Al, you're being a left-handed pitcher. You always had a clear view of first base, but it's obvious Mitre not even looking over there.
You know, and also, too, John, I don't know how you were, but runners that you know that are green runners, and he is. He's got 13 stolen bases. Green meaning, is able to go, green, yellow, red. But when they dance around like that, I think there's more of a distraction just to get you off your rhythm, as he did that previous pitch.
New York Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward.
Toronto Blue Jays traditionally not a running team on the bases. They have 69 on the year. That's 13th in the league. Actually shut down the running game in the middle of the year. They're pretty much middle of the pack in the American League.
Yankees thinking they were going there, pitch out. Let's check out the umpires. Jim Joyce is behind the plate. Greg Gibson is at first. Bill Miller, the second base ump, and last night's home plate umpire is Darryl Cousins. He's at third.
Jim Joyce got a best call. Home plate strikes. You'll hear him at home in your living room.
Count 2-2. Tonight's closed captioning is brought to you by your local Lexus dealers. Cito Gaston has another year left in his contract, 65 and 79, the Blue Jays, and they expect better things next year because a lot of their injured pitchers will be back. But this could be a completely different team. There might be a new GM. Don't know if Paul Beeston's going to stay around as the president. So the 2-2.
Yeah, you mentioned Paul Beeston. He was the president during their run when the Blue Jays were an organization that teams tried to emulate and really looked up to as far as the way from minor leagues on up. Paul is in a position that he's looking for another president to step in, and then from there it'll trickle down as to what happens to J.P. Ricciardi, their general manager, and right on down to the coaching staff.
The 2-2. Grounded foul.
Mitre looks like he's got a good sinker early on. Aaron Hill fouling a bunch of those pitches off.
So he's in sync.
He's in sync. And talking to Dave Island, he said, I asked him, do you want him to elevate some fastballs, to kind of get some of those hitters off of the sinker? And he said, absolutely not. He's a sinker baller 100%. I want him to stay on top, and if you make a mistake, make it down in the zone. That surprised me. I thought maybe he would be better off if he elevated some fastballs.
Especially, this, John, to left-handed batters. Left-handed batters are batting .439. Right-handed batters .255. That's a big disparity. And anytime you see that, generally it's a right-handed sinker ball pitcher that can't elevate in on the hands of a righty. If you could get that opportunity as a sinker baller to either cut the ball or ride that four-seamer up and in. And today there's only 3 left-handers with Lind, Overbay, and Travis Snyder.
Well, now they're ready for any more foul balls into the dugout. Popped up. Coming on is Swisher. He can't see the ball, and Cano did and made a beautiful play. Swisher could not see the ball. It's that time of night. And Cano bailed him out.
Well, nice job of communication here, and a nice job by Robinson Cano not giving up on the play, assuming Nick Swisher's going to have it. You can see Nick with his arms out. You wonder if he's yelling, I can't pick it up, I can't see it. Robinson Cano does a good job of staying with it. He doesn't yell anything. That's just good concentration by Robinson Cano. Finishing the play. Mark Teixeira letting everybody know in the infield, communicate.
And also pointing out that it's that time of night. Adam Lynn having a great season, just outstanding. He has 2 for his last 12. A little bit of a slide right now, but not anything drastic.
We showed Cito Gaston that if there's one guy that has majorly benefited with Cito Gaston taking over as the manager last year, is this guy. Adam Lynn was in the minor leagues. John Gibbons was the manager. Nothing against John Gibbons, but there were some situations where he wasn't playing often. It got into his mind. When Cito became manager, they called him up and he told him, son, you're going to play every day. Lefty, righty, I don't care. I want you to swing like a big man. I want you to swing for the fences when given an opportunity. And it really has made, I wouldn't say turn a career around because it's just started out, but really has made him a much more confident hitter.
Well, it's amazing when you get the backing of your manager. You know you can go 0 for 4, 0 for 8. Michael said he's in a little tough spell right now. You know you're going to bat third every day, and the numbers bear it out.
That one is looped to shallow left field. Damon puts it away for the second out. Take a look at the entire Yankee defense. You're already seeing some of the participants in the outfield. Damon's in left, Gardner's in center tonight, Swisher in right. Infield, Rodriguez, Jeter, Cano, and Teixeira third to first. Jeter has the best fielding percentage amongst American League shortstops. Posada behind the plate, and Sergio Mitre is on the mound. Here's Vernon Wells. They've been waiting for him to get hot, and he's finally hot. An 8-game hitting streak, 15 for 29. He has 8 hits in his last 13 at-bats.
Getting hot at the end of the year, Vernon Wells, but you wonder what this team could have done. I mean, they got off to a great start. A lot of injuries to the pitching staff, but Vernon Wells has not had a quality year. Lyle Overbay has had a down year, and Alex Rios, who ended up with the Chicago White Sox, the 4, 5, 6 hitters, really did not get the job done this year.
Yeah, and I think part of that was that the Blue Jays really didn't anticipate the start that they had. Obviously with the injuries with the pitchers, but they just played much better. And it kind of gave some false hope. But yeah, Michael, you mentioned about this man right here and Vernon Wells getting hot. You know, they need him if they're ever going to make any kind of push with the tough American League East. And it's just been injuries, and as a result of the injuries and consistency, they pay him, top dollar kind of, all-star kind of money.
Scudo singled to lead off. He's still at first. 2 outs now, the 1-1. In the last 10 days, Wells has raised his average from 247 to 261. A nice finish makes the numbers look better, gives you a little peace of mind over the offseason. Maybe you come out with a better frame of mind in spring training next year in Dunedin. And with his contract and the way he's been playing, he's kind of an immovable object for the Blue Jays, so they need him to get better. This is not an organization that at the present time could buy out their mistakes. If you owe $18 million a year to Wells over the next 5 years, you're kind of stuck with that. You can't replace him with somebody better. The 1-2.
Well, they already had done that, Michael, with Frank Thomas. If you remember, they ate the rest of his contract. And then they were lucky enough to get rid of Alex Rios, a guy that had a lot of tools, quote unquote. The White Sox basically took his contract. I think they owed another $60 million on that deal. They were just thrilled to get that, free up that money.
Runner goes, and a ground ball to Alex Rodriguez. And the out is made at first, and that's going to do it. So Mitre survives the leadoff single. No runs, a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. It's the Blue Jays nothing, and the New York Yankees coming to bat against Roy Halladay. Starting lineup that he's going to face, brought to you by Acela Express. We can plug in and work or sit back and relax. Book now at Amtrak.com. The captain, the shortstop, Derek Jeter, leads off. Batting second and playing left field, Johnny Damon. Mark Teixeira at first base will hit third. Cleaning up and playing third base is Alex Rodriguez. Hideki Matsui will DH. He'll bat fifth, batting sixth. And catching Jorge Posada. Robinson Cano, the second baseman, will bat seventh. Nick Swisher has been red hot of late. He'll be in right field, batting eighth. Batting ninth and playing center field is Brett Gardner.
And on the mound for the Toronto Blue Jays, 32-year-old right-hander Roy Halladay, coming off back-to-back complete games. Two starts ago, he threw a one-hitter shutout against the Yankees. Great numbers. This guy's a frontline Major League starter for several years. Let's take a look at the Toronto Blue Jays scouting report, brought to you by local Chrysler dealers. Extra day's rest in his career. He's 28-15 with a 2.88. ERA, almost a point lower in his ERA without the normal day's rest. And the ultimate pitcher, you're going to watch sinker, cutters, change sliders, all sorts of pitches with impeccable command. And Dr. Evil against the Yankees, a .739 winning percentage lifetime, 17-6.
And there's a strike to Jeter. Dribbled slowly back to the mound. Bobbled by Halladay, and Jeter's going to reach.
Well, the Yankees got one hit off of him later in the game, Ramiro Pena, and here a little dribble out front. He couldn't find a handle. He pulled his head up. The biggest important part of that play for a pitcher is to make sure you get the ball before you see where the runner is, and even a great pitcher like Doc Halladay couldn't get a handle on it. That is a hit.
So the Yankees got one hit off him last time. That was Ramiro Pena. A double, and the Yankees have a hit now after one batter, albeit a somewhat sketchy hit. Pitches low, 1-0 to Johnny Damon.
Checking out his velocity early, and it's down a little bit, 90 miles an hour, 91. And he's a guy we're used to seeing, 94, 95, with that good sink and cut that Al talks about.
Shattered bat. Foul ball.
You know, it's for you to mention that, and I think this could, we'll see how this plays out, but this is what's fun about watching, as a pitcher, watching Roy Halladay. Just getting in Johnny's kitchen. Career-wise, Johnny's done very well against Halladay. 340, watch Jeter getting away out of the way of the bat. But it's really, yes, you see a Major League pitcher or any pitcher with plus velocity, it compensates for mistakes in the zone. But even at 88, 89, and 90, as John has said, that his velocity is, you could still be dominant.
There's a base hit through the left side of the infield for Damon, and the Yankees have runners on first and second.
Nice piece of hitting by Johnny Damon. See him looking down at his ankle. He might have rolled his ankle coming out of the box. It's a sinking fastball. Ooh, does not look good for Johnny Damon. That left ankle rolled it trying to get a good first step out of the box. We're at that point in the year, you just want to keep your guys healthy. Everything's going right for the Yankees. This is the last thing you want to see. Looks like Johnny's going to be all right. That's what makes Halladay tough, though. I mean, he's got a sinking fastball to a lefty. He's got a cut fastball in on the hands. He'll throw a curveball, a changeup. I had a few at-bats off of him, and I loved hitting the fastball. I wanted him to throw me a curveball. That's how nasty the fastball was with the movement and the cut. Tough to put a good swing on it.
And there's a strike.
Very unusual to see a pitcher that has a sinker going one way and a cutter the other with that type of velocity and location.
Count 0-2. Big night for Teixeira last night with 3 hits. And it was his double that put Brett Gardner, a pinch runner, at second. He stole third. Napoli threw the ball on the left. Gardner scored, and that was the eventual winning run as the Yankees went on to win 5-3. The 0-2. 1-2.
You know what I think was more impressive, Michael? The catcher's interference and still being strong enough to drive the ball dead center field off the wall for a triple. And you heard Mark tell our Kim Jones after the game, it's a long ball. You know, probably would have been a home run if there was no catcher's interference. To see Barajas setting up a little bit deeper. Obviously, last night it was Jeff Mathis with the Angels. Last night, you can see Mark gets a good swing, and he's reacting to the catcher's interference. It still hits it halfway up the wall. No doubt about that call there. Clear interference. Had the triple and a couple RBIs, but frustrated. That probably could have been a home run straight away center field.
And he swings and misses. Had an off-speed pitch and 1 away.
Let's take a look at the pitch by pitch. We're talking about his ability, Halladay, to cut the ball, sink it. Now we just saw a cutter inside, a curveball. Tries to bait Teixeira again with another curveball. Busts him in, moves his feet. Very effective to try to go away. Curveball down out of the zone. That is just textbook pitching. And what's tough about Halladay for these hitters is that you can't cover both sides of the plate because he's that good with movement and also location.
Halladay starting to get loose now. 93, had a little bit of something extra on that fastball to Alex Rodriguez. And unlike Sergio Mitre that works everything down, or at least tries to, Halladay elevating a fastball up and in on the hands of Alex Rodriguez.
Popped up. Shallow right center. Coming on is Bautista. 2 outs. Let's take a look at the Toronto defense behind Halladay tonight. In the outfield, you've got Travis Snyder in left, Vernon Wells, the Gold Glove winner, in center, and Bautista over at right. Encarnacion at third, Scudero at short, Aaron Hill, the second baseman, Overbay, who's made just 2 errors in 115 games this year. He's at first, and Rod Barajas is behind the plate.
Matsui's been a guy, but he's been hot, red hot of late, especially with RBI situations. Matsui only 228 against Halladay, but 4 home runs of the 13 for 57.
Now Matsui has 4 home runs off Roy Halladay, and only David Justice has more with 6. Jason Giambi also has 4 home runs.
Outstanding numbers right there for just over 400 at bats, 24 home runs, 81 RBIs.
right on the inside corner. Count 1-2. So Halladay seemed like he woke up after Jeter and Damon. Matsui with 24 home runs, all as a DH. The most any Yankee DH has ever had in a season was 25 by Don Baylor in '84. And the 1-2. Strike three right down the middle. You wonder what Matsui was looking for. Well, the Yankees waste 2 leadoff singles. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the second, no score. Team. Well, what do you think? Go to my9tv.com to blog or email us a video with your thoughts. It's Take on Russ, brought to you by Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward. You don't think so, Al?
No, absolutely.
So you're ready to take on Russ?
Oh, is he on the other side of that?
I don't know. Hey, look at the behind the plate there, John Fordham. Woo. Oh, yeah. Hot shot to first base. And to share there to retire Overbay. Now Matsui ends up striking out to end the first inning, and the guys next to me were very impressed.
Well, look at how much that pitch moved. I mean, it came all the way back to the middle, but more importantly, the few pitches before that were cut fastballs inside that Hideki Matsui had in his head, and then he just got burned with a nasty two-seamer that came back. It was down the middle, Michael, like you said. But Hideki Matsui just got schooled.
So he was looking in, and then
because of the 2 pitches before that set up that sinker in on the hip. That hip is designed to lock a left-hander up just as Matsui did.
So it's almost as if he's like a left-hander pitching to a left-hander with that pitch.
That's right. That's almost like a left-handed slider or a screwball from a right-hander.
The best way to explain it, whether you're right-handed or left-handed, there's a lot to deal with. I mean, there's pitches coming into you, pitches going away.
Because it was really textbook. Curveball away, and then this is that little cutter he couldn't lay off. It looks like a fastball. See the smaller cut to it? The cut, and then that ball comes out back over the plate. That is a quick reaction time in the low 90s, just textbook.
Now, let me ask you guys something, because you were so impressed with that pitch. It looked like Barajas was set up inside, and did that ball just tail on its own, or did he want that to happen?
He wanted that.
Oh, that's by design.
But then he missed the target because Barajas was more inside.
And that shows you how good of a job he did setting it up, because he threw it right down the middle and still couldn't get a swing off.
That one's popped up, and Posada will make the play on Encarnacion. Well, you know what's neat? Everybody that's watching this game right now, when you sit next to ex-ball players, blah, blah, ho-hum, they've seen it all. But you guys are actually impressed with it. I can see the look on your face. You were blown away by that sequence.
I think we both reacted to you saying, that ball's right down the middle. What is he looking for? And it's not that easy. You see where Barajas' glove moves. Plenty of plate.
But see, you also want, because it's a 1-2 count, you want your catcher to make sure that he's off the plate or at least on the corner. In that case, Barajas was probably 3 or 4 inches in off the plate, especially here at the stadium. You want to, if you're going to come in, a right-handed pitcher is going to come into the left-handed batters, you want to make sure you're in off the plate.
How about that rotating signboard there, John? Is that impressive or what?
That is really impressive. A fine academic institution, Fordham. They got the Ram over there on the right side.
There's the Ram.
I thought the kids were already back in school. Now you have to advertise to get students? What's going on?
Hottest Catholic school in the country, by the way, voted by a major magazine.
You just paid for that advertisement tonight so you could talk about Fordham.
In the next inning, I paid for a GW advertisement too, George Washington, because that's where you went.
We don't need to
advertise.
We don't need to advertise.
You know what? Al went to Penn State. Never stepped on campus, but has a Penn State degree. He really does. I think he met Joe Paterno once. There's a ground ball to second base. Cano is there. And a 1-2-3 inning for Sergio Mitre. And he does it with 7 pitches. You want Jorge Posada to come into your living room? Here he is, looking up, knocking on the door, and giving you a baseball. Maybe Ryan doesn't get in next time. It's time for tonight's Smile of the Game, brought to you by new McCafe coffees made with fresh ground espresso, now at McDonald's. Nice smile. As we go to the bottom of the second inning, there's no score. Yankees got 2 hits, Jeter and Damon, and then Halladay settled down. Now Halladay was supposed to get traded, and GM J.P. Ricciardi of the Blue Jays said, we will entertain offers, and they certainly did that, but, and I think Posada broke his back, he set the bar so high for what he wanted that they could never get that offer, and it kind of hung Roy Halladay in limbo. Kind of ruined his All-Star game experience because that's all he was talking about at the press conference. Now, in the first half, he was 10-3, but since that came out, 4-6 with an ERA of 3.28. And Al always talks about the mental aspect of the game. He had to be highly disappointed. He thought he was going to be pitching for a pennant contending team, and here he is languishing in 4th place. And what's going to happen during the winter? But he has settled himself down. 2 complete games here in September. But the month of August was very rough for him. 2-4, 4.71. Also, the greatest blow to the Blue Jays getting a big package for Halladay was what the Indians got from the Phillies for Cliff Lee, who was the reigning Cy Young Award winner. They got a nice package, but they didn't break the bank. J.P. Ricciardi was looking to break the bank.
You know what my thought about that whole thing with J.P. Ricciardi? I mean, when you throw your number one all-star starter out there and say he's available.
How about top 5 in the game?
Yeah, we're going to take offers for this guy. I mean, you just don't hear that being done through the media, or you throw the name out there publicly, and I think you probably could have avoided it, done it, behind the scenes a little bit, call up some general managers, get a feel for what you could get. But it was so public, it had to be a distraction for Roy Halladay.
Although you would have to admit, in this day and age, it's pretty hard to keep stuff like that, especially a name of his magnitude, under the wraps. Because once it was out, I mean, whether it be an agent or another scout or another general manager, you know how they get information.
Well, they could get the information, but you can downplay it. I mean, J.P. Ricciardi just threw it out there and said, we're going to take offers for this guy. I don't know. It obviously didn't work out, and Halladay's numbers are down and getting better here at the end of the year. But
well, Halladay is chapped that Posada called time, and Jim Joyce jumped out. Halladay was in mid-windup and kind of stared daggers into the umpire.
Yeah, that's a bit late.
Ground ball and knocked down there by Hill, but Posada gets himself a single.
gets a little cutter in on his hands. Hill does a nice job going to his left, laying out. If he keeps that ball in front, he's going to have a play on Jorge Posada just underneath his glove. The Yankees have 3 hits already. He'd love to cash in, but what they're doing, making Halladay work, get that pitch count up early in the ball game, and try eventually to get into the bullpen.
Also, to expand on John's point, if you're going to be that public, you know what? You almost have to trade him. You get the best deal you can and then trade him. But to not trade him and hang your guy out to dry, it's tough. That one's driven to deep left field off the bat of Cano. Snyder back, and he makes a nice play for the first out. And Posada hustles all the way back to first.
Left fielder Travis Snyder, once he has it tracked, able to get into his little slow glide. Yeah, I think either way with Roy Halladay, and it was exciting as a baseball fan, but also I could imagine if you're part of the Blue Jay organization, you're saying, what are we doing? This guy's 32 years old, and Cy Young Award winner, and just perennials, just frontline horse. We're trading him? Where are we going?
And there's a strike.
Well, you were a frontline guy. I mean, were there ever rumors that you were going to go somewhere? I was traded 3 times and never had any idea that it was going to happen. Obviously, a backup player.
Only one time, John, and I was with the Mets, and it was the second time I was a free agent, and we were out of it, and Houston was interested. And I remember there were some stories about it, and Steve Phillips, who was the general manager at the time, did confirm that there was some interest, but it didn't get much further.
Confirmed it to you?
Yeah, I asked. I said, "Is it?" I think Jerry Hunsaker was the general manager at Houston at the time. They were, in the playoff. I forget what year it was. Either 02 or 03, somewhere in there.
Well, did it affect you? I mean, did it affect your performance?
No. I mean, and Michael jokes about it, but it really is about this pitch, this moment, execution, and make a pitch.
See, I don't know if it affected Halladay so much with the rumors. I think it was the letdown after not being traded. What's happening with this organization? We just let Alex Rios go. I have a year left on my contract. Looks like we're cutting pay, not building.
Scott Rowland was having a heck of a year. They traded him to the Reds.
Yep. Scudero's going to be a free agent. I think it was a letdown of not being traded, more so than the distraction of being talked about.
See, I looked at it a little bit differently, and I don't know Roy Halladay at all, but his personality seems so low-key, seems to be happy to be in Toronto. I thought he'd be relieved after the whole thing and say, at least I know that I'm here. Obviously disappointing not going to a playoff contender, but he seems like he's perfectly content to pitch for the Blue Jays. I don't know the personality. It's just the read I get watching him pitch.
The reason why I don't know if that's necessarily true, John, is because if he really wanted to be there 100%, I think that would have been quelled immediately.
Yeah, because he had a blanket no trade. For him to be traded, he had to agree.
He had to agree. So I'm sure his agent, or through his agent, maybe he spoke with JP and said, look, if you have an opportunity, you could strengthen the organization and get a bunch of prospects. I would like to go to a contender.
And I think he also floated out there that if we're not getting any better, I'm not going to be here at the end of this contract, so you might as well get something for me. And I think the Blue Jays don't think that they can resign him, money-wise, and also he might not want to stay at the age of 33. That one is laced in the left center field. That is a base hit. Cutting over as well, cuts the ball off in the gap. Swisher goes for 2, and he is in there. Moving to third, Posada. Swisher's hot hitting continues.
Nick Swisher at his best right here, going the other way, and it was a little cutter. It didn't get inside. See Nick keep his hands inside. The barrel of the bat follows, and he drives it the other way to left center. He loved the base running by Posada, getting the third, but more importantly, very aggressive from Nick Swisher, challenging Vernon Wells in center field, and he gets into second base with a double. Posada gets a third easily, but Nick Swisher pushes the envelope a little bit. Safe at second base.
Boy, Nick Swisher, very quietly as Nick Swisher could do something, is having a very good year for the Yankees. On this homestand, 10 for 28, 357. Here's Brett Gardner. And they're going to bring the infield in because they don't want Gardner to get a cheap ground ball RBI. Just slap the ball, and Gardner would give himself up for that, so they're going to bring the infield in. And they don't have to bring it all the way in because Posada's at third.
Yeah, Aaron Hill at second base and play halfway. He gets a ground ball. He's going to have an easy play on Posada, who doesn't run well.
Now 2.
Two back-to-back curveballs. Talk about what Roy Halladay can bring, and sinker, slider, chase. Looked like Gardner was looking something hard. Probably a sinker, 2 curveballs in a row.
Yeah, you'd expect 2 curveballs in a row. Probably a hard cutter now, up and in, trying to get a pop-up, possible strikeout. Soft, and then a hard fastball. We'll see.
That one's popped up down the right field line, giving chase Bautista, and that's foul.
3 curveballs in a row. Probably why you see a little conversation going on. 3 in a row. Barajas setting up down and in. And Brett Gardner goes down and golfs it. He's just hoping this stays fair. Maybe finds a little piece of dirt.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Gardner 3 for his last 13. And the pitch. Missed outside.
Big opportunity here early in the game. Derek Jeter on deck. You don't expect to get too many RBI opportunities against Halladay. Yankees in business here in the second.
And this is really a spot where a guy like Roy Halladay or any of the front line pitchers in baseball, they really bear down. Absolute importance of making that perfect pitch.
I'm surprised here, Al. I mean, Barajas and Halladay have worked so much together all year. Seem to be quite on the same page. There's already a trip to the mound.
I also think, John and Al, that in his last game against the Yankees, got the ball through the ball, and got into a rhythm and never had a step off the rubber. And you can see 29 starts with Barajas, so the communication is there. I think that the Yankee game plan tonight, let's step out. Let's break the rhythm just a little bit. You saw Posada do it, and that upset Halladay, and then Posada ended up getting that single off the glove of Hill. And now Brett Gardner steps up. 1-2. That one is looped into right center field. That is going to be a base hit. Scoring is Posada. They're going to hold Swisher up as Gardner hustling goes into second. Yankees lead 1-0.
Brett Gardner, the hero of last night's ball game, steals third base. A bad throw. He scores the winning run. He just had a quality at bat off of Roy Halladay. He got another curveball, and he just slaps it into right center field. Posada's going to score easily. And watch the base running by Brett Gardner. Once Overbay doesn't cut the ball, he hustles into second base. Great job all the way around. The at-bat, RBI base hit, and then he freezes in between first and second, follows the baseball when it's not cut off, able to get into second base easily. Aggressive base running from the Yankees with Nick Swisher and Brett Gardner.
So they give Gardner a single, and he goes to second on the throw. Again, the infield remains in with Derek Jeter at the plate. David Cohn unearthed a stat when the Yankees were in Toronto about Derek Jeter, that this entire year, Derek Jeter has hit one pop-up to the infield. And he also has unearthed some website, I forget which one it was, where players hit the ball. And Jeter either hits the top of the baseball or the middle of the baseball for a line drive or a ground ball. Hardly ever would hit a ball in the air. And A-Rod's completely different. A-Rod either hits the middle of the ball or the bottom of the ball as he's trying to elevate for a home run.
Well, it would make sense based on his hits. I mean, you just watch the trajectory of Derek Jeter's ball, and most home run hitters, not most, all of them want backspin. They want to get underneath the baseball, finish high so that they get that elevation on the baseball.
And if you look, Derek Jeter gets a lot of ground ball singles for the infield, and he knows what his game is.
Well, he also knows what his swing is, and that pretty much doesn't change for most major leaguers. Out front of this curveball takes a little bit off, 79 miles an hour.
I can't believe that there's a website that actually watches this down to super slow-mo. It has to be, to see where the ball's hit.
Can't believe David Cohn showing us up, going on these websites, getting all this information out.
One pop-up the whole year. And the 2-2. There's a line drive, base hit. Gardner held up. He's going to run third. He'll stop right there. Swisher scores an RBI single for Jeter, and the Yankees now lead 2-0.
Well, the pitch by pitch from Roy Halladay. Ooh, just misses that one. A cut fastball, middle of the plate, then throws a slider down the way. A good one, takes a little bit off. This stands him up, trying to stand him up to get the ball away. Did not make his location. Halladay did not. This is a slider grip. Gets on top of it, gets a slider spin down the way. Nice hitting by Derek Jeter. Makes a mistake, and he paid for it.
A lot of off-speed pitches from Halladay tonight. I don't know, I mentioned earlier his fastball didn't have the velocity. It seems like he's going to plan B. Brad Arnsberg, pitching coach, looking on. A lot of curveballs and sliders.
Here's Johnny Damon, who leads all major league players with 33 hits off of Roy Halladay. Picked up a single in the first inning. Jeter's 2 for 2, his 60th multi-hit game of the year. Grounded to first. There's one. Back to first, it's a double play. Beautifully turned by Lyle Overbay. A 3-6-3 double play off the bat of Damon. But the Yankees get 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We play 2. Yankees lead 2-0. National League 1-0. Atlanta over the Mets. Bottom of the third. Philadelphia 5-0 over Washington. Bottom of the third. Florida and St. Louis. Colorado and San Francisco later on. So Sergio Mitre now has himself a 2-0 lead. And on the Capital One scoreboard, 2-6-0 Yanks, 0-1-0 for the Blue Jays. So Jose Bautista takes pitch out of the zone, 1-0. Shows bunt, takes high, 2-0. Now 3-0.
Well, if there's one thing as a pitcher you know that shutdown inning is big, when your team gets a couple runs for you, you want to attack the opposing lineup. You don't want them to creep into an inning based on your wildness.
And he walks Bautista. Hey, tomorrow on the Yes Network, the Yankees close out the set with Toronto. Coverage will start at 6 with batting practice today, and then the pregame. Then after the postgame catch, This Week in Football, presented by Geico, for a complete wrap-up of NFL opening week. It all starts tomorrow at 6, only on Yes. A.J. Burnett and Andy Pettit. Andy obscured behind A.J. And Joe Girardi announced before the game that Andy is going to miss his next start with fatigue in his left shoulder. Grounded foul. We talked about it on the Open, and you just wonder, Al, should that send off alarms around Yankee universe? Andy Pettit missing the start.
Not for me. I'll tell you, it would send off alarms if next Monday in Anaheim, either he gets out there and struggles or has some issue in that start. Then I would say, yeah, the bell should then go off. This is part of the. That's not that necessary, but when you pitch for a long time, as Andy Pettit has, he's 37 years old. There's a lot of pitches, a lot of innings. This is a time of the year, and the luxury that the Yankees have right now with their lead, very comfortable, 7.5 up on the Boston Red Sox. Why not? I know even as a starter, if you've got those extra days as the season went along with the off day, and you could get 5 days rest, pitch on the 6th day, that did wonders. If there's any kind of ailment, absolutely shut him down.
I totally agree. I mean, Andy Pettit I don't remember him missing a start this year. He's been pretty much right on time. Maybe got an extra day here and there, but not the worst thing in the world to get him skip through the rotation, make sure you're 100% ready to go, regroup a little bit, get ready for the home stretch, and then postseason play.
He knows what he has to do, and this is also an opportunity. He's going to have about a 10-day window now, to get in the weight room, do all of your cuff exercises, get with the trainer, do these what's called PNFs, where you get like resistance of kinetic exercises, and there's so much, conditioning and the training aspect of baseball is light years ahead today than it ever was.
Check swing, did he go? No, he did not, said Darryl Cousins. Well, last year, the second half of the season, Andy was not very good because his shoulder was really hurting. And he just took the ball every 5 days because he said, hey, that's my job, that's what I'm supposed to do. But this time, as Joe Girardi said, for the good of the team and for the good of Andy Pettit, we're going to skip him.
And they were chasing Michael. They weren't up 7.5. It's a completely different story. You can get guys healthy or as close to 100% this time of the year because of that 7.5 game lead.
Along with Al Leiter and John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay, and you're watching Yankees baseball right here on My 9. We thank you for spending part of your Tuesday evening with us. It's the Yankees 2 and the Blue Jays nothing. It's Sergio Mitre against Roy Halladay. We're at the top of the third inning. Two. Deep drive, right field. There it goes. See ya. Long home run off the bat of Travis Snyder, and the game is tied at 2.
Snyder, a big prospect for the Blue Jays, actually went from A-ball to the big leagues last year, and he got a fastball right down Broadway. Mitre tried to go inside with that hip shot coming back to the inside corner. He missed. You called it, Michael. That is a long home run, his 7th of the year. Big-time prospect for the Blue Jays, getting a chance to play here the second half of the season.
Here's Marco Scudero, and the breaking ball is a strike. Scudero, one more run scored, will give him 100 on the season. He's 6th in the American League with 99. Single to right in the first inning. Knocked down by Mitre. Scrambles after it and gets the out at first. Now let's see if Mitre's okay. He's already been hit with a comebacker off the bat of A.J. Przinsky on the right elbow. Let's see what this does.
Cap looked like, huh, Michael? Certainly not as bad as right on his right pitching throwing arm.
Oh, it looked like the back one left.
Meaty spot, shouldn't be a problem. Pounce on it. You know, you got a chance to get an out here with Scudero. Quick runner down the line. Stay under control. Take a couple throws here, see, make sure it's nothing structural.
Unusually threw one pitch and it was way high wide. Said, I'm good.
Well, that's a moment where you know you're good and you have the trainer there, Jim on hand. All right, throw it. Let's make sure you're all right. All right, I'll throw it.
You told the story about how Andy would be doing all of those weight training exercises. I remember when you were young with the Yankees, Billy Martin once saw you doing exercises and jumped you.
Yeah, what are you doing? He's asking me. I'm in the training room. Comes in, he's got a little unlit cigar. And he looked at me, and I didn't know he was talking to me. I had 5 pounds, you know, the COVID, the Job exercise, and I'm just doing 5 pounds. And he looks at me, and I'm standing there, and he looked, and I turned around like, you talking to me? I'm turning around and scared him. He's like, yeah, what's wrong with your arm? I said, no, I'm just doing the exercise for your shoulder. You want to strengthen your arm, you go down and long toss. So I used to go down to the weight room, which wasn't really a very good weight room at the time at the old stadium, and I would hide to do my cuff exercises because that wasn't part of the deal. Now you go in these stadiums, beautiful fitness centers and strength coaches, and it is awesome.
So back then, a little unlit cigar.
Yeah, he would always, you know, before the game, he'd have a little cigar. It wasn't lit.
And you were 21 and scared?
Scared, yeah. All the story. You know, he's a great manager, but I tried to stay away.
The 0-2 is grounded to short. And a nice scoop by Teixeira. And he thinks there's 3 outs, and he's wrong. So first it was Damon. Now Damon just waved at him. And now it's Teixeira. Damon earlier in the week, or maybe toward the end of last week.
Well, if they hadn't had their kangaroo court yet, although the Damon one actually cost a run. Nice play.
All right, that's it. Time to hit. Oh, that's 2. It's catching. Adam Lynn with a high fly ball to deep right. Swisher back on the track. He leaps. See ya. Home run for Lynn. Just got over the wall. And it's 3-2 Blue Jays. '30th home run of the year for Lynn.
I'll tell you, I want to see this play because I was watching Nick Swisher and he tried to time it, trying to come inside with a little cutter, and here at the stadium, you better come in way in on the left. Watch Swisher. It looked like it almost hit the top of the wall. Oh,
It did.
Yeah.
All he had to do was stand at the wall and jump up, you would think.
Yeah,
Thought it was going to be deeper.
Yeah, he thought that was further out. Almost hit him in the head. Had to get out of the way of it.
And he also tore a hole in the W.B. Mason side.
All he's got to do is get back to the wall and then time his leap. He thought it was going to be a few rows deep.
Almost got hit in the head. Ripped down the left field line. But foul. Vernon Wells had 100 RBIs in his first 2 seasons. And only 2 other center fielders in the history of the game did that, Joe DiMaggio and Al Simmons. And that's kind of a bar that he set for himself and what everybody else expects out of him. That's why this year dims in comparison. The 2-2. Base hit to center field. So Vernon Wells now has a 9-game hitting streak.
And bad news for the Yankees. Mitre's starting to get a lot of balls up in the zone. You're seeing the swings are getting a lot better. First 2 innings, he did a pretty good job keeping the ball down. You watch the location. Up, out, over. Vernon Wells smokes it right back up the middle. Dave Island, the pitching coach, going to come out, try to straighten things out on the mound.
And you can see after that replay, Mitre said down. He knew I've got to get the ball down. He just pointed down to the ground.
But getting back to what John said earlier, throwing upstairs is okay. If you're sinker ball pitcher, that's all right if you have that ability to do both ways. When you do the high pitch or throw the high pitch, it's a 4-seam grip that carries through the zone as opposed to sink. And I think that was kind of your point. If you're going to elevate, you got to have that true straight pitch that stays up in the zone. And
you sink. Yeah, you want it to be high enough where you kind of change eye level of a hitter, so that when you do throw a sinker, you're going to get a nice ground ball.
So what you're trying to say, Al, is if you throw a high sinker, it's going to sink right into the zone where you can crush it.
So, exactly. And now for Mitre, and you know, obviously, look, he's 15 months out of elbow surgery. Normally, you see these guys, they're a year and a half, 2 years for guys to get 100% health from the Tommy John. So, you know, it's really very good that it's progressive in his rehab that he's already been back and pitching. But with that said, I think an element for him as he progresses in his career is to really come up with that high elevated fastball, be able to throw 4-seam. And in order to keep these lefties from not looking out over, you've got to be able to throw something inside to knock them off the plate, and also something that stays true inside as opposed to leak over the plate. That's either a cutter or a slider, a power slider, or 4-seam.
The 0-1. 0-2. Moved him off the plate.
That's good. Throw it up right at that waist. You could be able to now double up in there. Now, if you have a pitch that will stay true inside, because a lot of times that proverbial one pitch inside 0-2, and now they're looking out over the plate. Although here at the stadium, you come in, make sure it's in enough, because it doesn't take as much.
This will be Mitre's 50th pitch of the night. And a pitch out.
Tony Pena, the bench coach, has not been shy about calling pitch outs. He called one in the first inning of this game, trying to send a message to the Blue Jays, I will do it. Obviously thought he had something on Vernon Wells at first base. Pitch count on a 1-2 count. I'm a big believer you get 2 outs, you're ahead in the count 1-2. Let's get the third one. Don't even worry about Vernon Wells over there. You want to pay attention, but you don't want to give him too much attention. Overbay with the short porch. One mistake could be a 2-run homer.
Yeah, and you're exactly right, John. And coming from a catcher, that's refreshing, because I know, the caught stealing and stolen bases, obviously it matters in the overall game. It's reflective on the catcher. But in a situation like that, there's no question. Sergio Vitre, you're mindful of a guy that has the capability of running. For me, the best thing to really hold a running game is to hold the ball. Vary your times as a pitcher. Don't let a runner time you.
2-2.
And occasionally mix in a few slide steps. Pick your spots where you get a 1-1, 1-2 on the clock. 1.1, 1.2 seconds.
35 strikes from Vitre, 17 balls, 52 total. Two. Strike 3. Overbay down looking. But the Yankees came into the inning up 2-0, and they go down 3-2. 2-run home run by Travis Snyder, no doubt about that one. And then Adam Lynn, a wall scraper. Nick Switch leaps, but can't make the play. Go to the bottom of the third, 3-2 Blue Jays, and Mark Teixeira takes a strike. On the Capital One scoreboard, 3-4-0, leading 2-6-0. Pink hats in vogue. There's a ground ball on the third baseman with a shift on. And Teixeira's out. One away.
See how Roy Halladay settles in after the 2 runs that the Yankees were able to scratch, and then Mitre giving it right back. Halladay awfully tough to face under any circumstance. You don't want to let him back.
Kevin Long, the hitting instructor for the Yankees, was raving about Alex Rodriguez around the cage today. Not only is his swing, he loves where his swing is, but he said he's swinging at strikes, not chasing pitches out of the zone. Spread his stance out a little bit. Numbers have risen, 285, 25, and 84. We're obviously missing a lot of time early on with the hip problem.
Can you relate to that? Swinging at strikes. It sounds rather basic, but
You know what?
happens?
I really can't, because I was such an aggressive hitter. I tried to go up there and get a fastball early and put it in play. So I would swing at pitches off the plate. But, you know, if Alex Rodriguez waits for pitches over the plate, he's going to do some serious damage. But Kevin was talking about how he spread his feet out a little bit. And because of that, his leg kick isn't as high. It's not as drastic. And his hands are working better. And he said he could not be happier where he is at this point in the year.
Ripped to left field. Snyder goes back, turns and plays it up against the wall. Alex Rodriguez will chug into second with a double.
Well, that'll make the hitting coach happy. And when you watch this swing, it just looks so simple from Alex Rodriguez, almost effortless. Gets that foot down quick, and watch the hands come flying through. Nice, short, quick. It's almost just putting the ball in play, playing a little hit and run, little pepper, and the ball just jumping off the barrel of the bat. Short hopping the left field wall and cruising into second base easily with a double. The simplest swing we've seen Alex Rodriguez the second half of the year. 16th double.
Here's Matsui, and there's a strike.
Well, my question to you, because having seen it from the pitcher's perspective, that you can identify, pitchers most of the time can identify a guy that is reckless. You know, the Vladimir Guerrero who can hit a ball anywhere, to the guy that really makes you hone it in. You know, a la Jason Giambi. And to have that approach, and here's the great Alex Rodriguez, who's going to go down as one of the greatest players in the history of the sport, to tinker with his swing and modify it as the season goes along to field that something.
Well, constant adjustments, Al, just like you make your adjustments in the bullpen or out on the mound, you know, tinkering with your delivery. You know, Alex has simplified his swing now the second half of the year. And I think when he got in trouble, a big leg kick, you know, a lot of moving parts, swinging at pitches out of the zone. You don't track the ball as well. Now his head is nice and still, not a lot of movement, red hot.
Okay, is it a matter of not trying to hit home runs? You're just trying to put a good swing and hit a line drive?
I think it's with 2 strikes. We just saw the approach. Watch the leg kick. Nice and simple. It's at 5 inches maybe. You put her down and watch the hands come flying through. But with 2 strikes, Alex Rodriguez just trying to put the ball in play. And he's strong enough, he's still going to hit some home runs in that count. But a veteran hitter, you know, they'll pick their spots. 2-1, 3-1. I'm looking for a zone. And that's when you really try to get big.
That one's looped into right field. That is going to dunk in for a base hit. Here comes Alex Rodriguez. Here's the throw. Here's the play at the plate. He's out. What a tag by Barajas, as A-Rod is out trying to score from second. Good throw by Bautista.
Very good throw by Bautista. Earlier in the year, Bautista had a ball that was off the warning track. He's got a very good arm. He's been an infielder most of his career, almost clipping Matsui from behind. What a nice play by Barajas to get the throw and quickly make the fast tag that he needed to get Alex Rodriguez, so his Alex Heel didn't come in. But Alex did not hesitate, was going all the way. Robbie Thompson, the third base coach, was waving him. It's a nice play by Barajas.
A great tag by Barajas. A perfect throw from Bautista in right field. Alex Rodriguez actually had a great jump off the bat, too. That wasn't the easiest read right there, a looping line drive. Aggressive base running, but it had to take a bang-bang perfect throw and a great tag by Barajas. Just beats him to the spot. Holding onto the ball with his bare hand. That's one of those plays your third base coach, Robbie Thompson, you can feel pretty good about. He gets a good jump. I mean, that's just baseball instincts right there to get that jump. He peeks a little bit. Maybe that little peek cost him, but that's a play at the plate where Robbie Thompson, the third base coach, you feel good about it because it took a perfect throw and a perfect tag to get Alex Rodriguez right at that front corner of home plate. Robbie said early on he's going to be aggressive at third base. He wants to get some runners thrown out because he wants the league to know he's not going to be afraid to hesitate to send them home. That's a throw from Batista. Hideki Matsui making his turn around first base. Almost took one in the back. Great job catching the ball and then going to that front corner if you're Barajas, holding it with your throwing hand. Love the pitcher giving his catcher a little props there.
Better.
Goes a long way in that pitcher-catcher relationship.
Count 3-2. And you're right, John. He got such a good read on that ball. He didn't wait to see if it dropped. He was taking off. And that's how good and strong a throw it was by Bautista. And Barajas threw caution to the wind because he tagged him with the bare hand. And Alex, as his spikes, had it right toward the hand. But he wanted the out. You'll see Alex slides right into Barajas' bare hand. Got him. Good call by Jim Joyce at home plate. Runner goes 3-2. He could not hold up, and Posada down on strikes. In the third inning, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the fourth inning. It is 3-2 Blue Jays on my 9.
Team by joining the New York Yankees fan club. For just $35, you'll receive an official
New York Yankees baseball on my 9 is brought to you in part by Chase. Now with over 14,000 ATMs nationwide, Chase what matters. The New York State Lottery. Hey, you never know. And by Acura. Acura Advance. We go to the fourth inning. It's 3-2 Toronto. Yankees about hit the Blue Jays. 8 hits against Halladay in 3 innings, only 2 runs. And Encarnacion hits one deep to left center field. That ball is gone into the bullpen. A solo shot for Encarnacion, and the Blue Jays lead 4-2.
Eighth home run of the year for Encarnacion. He hit 26 last year, so he's got some pop. First pitch sinker right down the middle. Mitre knew it. Deep to left field. Again, that sinker going across the zone instead of down. Encarnacion had some left wrist problems early in the year. He's starting to round himself into shape. A long home run here at Yankee Stadium.
Traded over from Cincinnati for Scott Rowland. third pitch right there from Mitre. John's mentioned about the sinker, but if you're off command with a primary pitch, and Sergey Mitre is primarily a sinker ball pitcher with a complement of a slider that goes with it. But if your number one is off, you have to have the ability to throw at least a third pitch to come back into the mix. Whether it's taking off your slider, make it more of a curveball like that, or the changeup as he threw Barajas in the previous pitch. And what it does for a pitcher, even if it's not effective in getting outs, but you're throwing it as part of your arsenal, it gets the hitter off thinking about your sinker because you throw it 80% of the time. This is a sinker.
And the 2-2. Line to left field. Damon is there, and Barajas is out. Time for the Jeep Trivia question, brought to you by your local Jeep dealers. Roy Halladay has a .739 winning percentage against the Yankees. That's third highest all time with a minimum of 15 wins. So the question is easy. Who has the highest winning percentage against the Yankees? Here's Jose Bautista.
Very nice. First pitch changeup. The effectiveness of a changeup looks just like a fastball. The spin is the same as your fastball, except 5, 6, 7, 8 miles an hour slower. If you got a really good one, it's about 10, 12 miles an hour slower.
Right back to Mitre. 2 outs.
It's a good point, Al. He throws a first pitch changeup and then comes back with that sinker, and it beats him. I mean, he's got to sit back and respect the off speed of the changeup. Because of that, he gets beat with a sinker, an easy ground ball. You brought up a great point. I mean, coming from Tommy John surgery, really, 14 months out? I think the Yankees have seen enough that they're probably intrigued. You know, he'll come out there and show you some good stuff, and then maybe it's a little inconsistent because of coming back from the surgery.
Drilled deep to right field. It is 5-2 Blue Jays. Oh, what a shot by Travis Snyder. His second home run of the year. Again into the second deck. And Mitre has allowed 4 home runs.
Snyder hit a 2-run home run in the top of the 3rd. That was his 7th. This home run here in the top of the 4th is 8, and it's a first pitch changeup, but it's hard and it's up. That's almost like a batting practice fastball when it's in that spot. You'd like to see a few more miles an hour off of the changeup. That was a little get me over. Ended up in the right field seats. Second home run of the night.
Oh, did he crush that? There was no doubt about it off the bat.
He has 2 tonight, and both were legitimate bombs. Watch the location, middle up. And that was about 85 miles an hour. Al talked about you want to have a 10-mile-an-hour spread from fastball to changeup. That was about a 5 or 6 mile an hour spread.
Hot shot up the middle, grabbed there by Jeter. And that'll do it. But not before Mitre gives up 2 more home runs. Edwin Encarnacion, a home run into the Blue Jay bullpen, and then Travis Snyder, a home run into the second deck in right. 5-2 Jays. the answer is on the Jeep trivia question. Babe Ruth. Hey, if you can't beat him, join him and become a hitter. George Herman, Babe Ruth. So Halladay now has a 5-2 lead and throws a strike to Cano to start out the bottom of the fourth. Well, the 4 home runs allowed are a new career high for Mitre. Now, in his last start, he allowed 11 runs to Toronto and did not give up a home run. So this time, he's throwing the ball over the plate, and they are sending it over the wall.
How about Michael? Of his 61 hits leading into tonight's game, only 14 of them were extra base hits. Making up for that. Unfortunately for him.
Well, the Yankees have certainly gotten their share of hits against Halladay. You get 8 hits off Halladay in 3 innings. You've done a pretty good job, considering they got 1 hit in 9 innings this last time. But they have not been able to get the really big blow. And the play at home plate was a big play by Bautista and Barajas. Count 2-2.
Yeah, but they're doing a good job, Michael, getting that pitch count up as well. And, you know, seeing it through the years, beating guys like Pedro Martinez, you get that pitch count up, you get in the bullpen. 62 pitches starting off the 4th inning. 41 strikes, 21 balls. I think that's going to be the approach the rest of the way. Grind out some at-bats, try to string together some hits. Obviously, you want to do some damage, but worst case scenario, try to get him out of this ball game.
And the 2-2 inside, 3-2.
You know, just to hear you say that, John, about getting a pitch count up for Roy Halladay. Here's a guy that has just dominated all teams that he's faced. And complete games, 7 complete games, leads the American League. Tonight, the Yankee approach has been good, and a lot of off-speed pitches with slider, curveball from Halladay.
3-2, like that, and he strikes out Cano. Start your day with Good Day New York. Every weekday, join Rosanna Scotto and Greg Kelly for your first look at all the day's headlines, plus weather and traffic, all with a New York style. Good Day New York following Good Day Wake Up, weekday mornings from 7 to 10 a.m. on Fox 5. So 1 away, and that'll bring up Nick Swisher. He had a double to left center his last time up. Ended up scoring a run. And there's a strike. That one's driven deep to right field. Giving chase Bautista. Track. Wall. And it's off the wall. Caroms past Vernon Wells as Nick Swisher will stop at second with a double. It looked for all the world like he was going to have a home run, but he gets his second double.
He gets a fastball up middle of the plate. See Nick Swisher hit it good. He kind of broke it down a little bit, thinking that was going to be a home run. Bautista makes a good bid going to right center. See the ball off that Mountain Dew sign. Vernon Wells follows it up, backing him up. You wonder if Nick Swisher maybe was full speed out of the box. That might have been a triple. Check him out coming out of the box. He hit it good. Not really running 100% there. Thinks it's going to carry out of here, and then he kicks it into another gear. Only going to get to second base.
And here's Brett Gardner. Count 1-0. Brett picked up an RBI single to right center his last time up, and then hustled into second on the throw. And a strike.
I know Joe Girardi said Melky Cabrera was just getting a night off. You think this might have been a little reward, though? When Brett Gardner last night gets in there, steals a big base, wins the game? Why not?
Yeah.
With Melky a night off, get Brett Gardner back in there. Base hit and RBI his first at bat.
Also, too, when they finally make the 25-man roster, assuming this all plays out, it hasn't been won yet, but the postseason roster, to have a guy like Brett Gardner who can bunt, who can run, pinch run, whatever the opportunity late in the game, defensive replacement. Maybe it's moot. Maybe that's a no-brainer.
1-2.
He's almost more valuable in the postseason as a bench player than he would be as a starter. And for that, I mean, just what we saw last night. I mean, he could pinch run if you go down the lineup. You pinch ran for Teixeira last night. Alex Rodriguez, Matsui, Posada, Swisher could pinch run for Swisher and then go in and play defense. So
sure.
If you get a tight playoff game, I mean, that's a huge weapon to be coming off the bench.
Right back to Halladay. 1 away. Well, let's put it this way, or 2 away now. If you're going to pinch run for Teixeira, then you'll pinch run for anybody. So he could be a weapon against anybody and for anybody. So Teixeira left yesterday. They put in Gardner at second base, and boom, he takes off for third. Natley throws the ball into the outfield. And Gardner ends up scoring the go-ahead run.
And there are very few guys that run as fast as Brett Gardner, and also the sense of knowing how to run base. His percentage of stolen bases is very good for really a rookie player.
He's 85% in his career, 34 out of 40.
We saw Freddie Guzman last night come in too and pinch ran for Posada with a lead, and he didn't steal a base last night, but went first to third and was awfully impressive. Then you start thinking about the possibility of having 2 of those guys on the bench. You don't know how it's going to work out. Al talked a lot has to be sorted out before that point, but they have a couple options now.
I love it. I think that dimension, especially for a big bopper team like the Yankees, to have another way in beating you. And I know how it is as a pitcher on the mound of the pressure that is applied. Angels just came in from one game, and boy, has that team done the best of pretty much any team in baseball as far as applying the pressure.
Ground ball to Hill, and he gets Jeter for the final out of the 4th inning. So the double is wasted. No runs are hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. Let's go to the 5th. It's 5-2 Toronto. Don't miss a second of the heart-pounding action as the unit does whatever it takes to keep America safe. Dennis Haysbert stars in The Unit. Wednesday nights this fall on My 9.
That's good. You got me hooked.
Pitches outside to Aaron Hill. On the PC Richard and Son scoreboard, it's 5-2 Blue Jays. You know, you got to read it with feeling.
I loved it. It was good.
And the 1-0. Strike. You never know when that voiceover contest is going to come around.
Is that what that was?
And the 1-1. Grounded foul.
What a year for him, Aaron Hill. All-star. A player that the Blue Jay organizations could certainly hang their hat on. Looking forward to next year. This guy's a legit star.
Well, next year they're going to have Aaron Hill bat third and Adam Lynn bat cleanup. That's how much they think of both of them. And I guess that would make Vernon Wells the number 5 hitter.
Somewhere along the line, Travis Snyder, 2 home runs today. They kept him down for, he wasn't ready, but also some arbitration reasons. Came up for a little year-end kind of cup of coffee and really did a nice job last year. Had some issue early on in the season, and they sent him back down.
Hill swings and misses.
Good changeup, more importantly, down and away from Mitre. Got the swing and a miss. Hill saw a bunch of sinkers inside, and then finally a changeup. Good action down and away. Swing right over the top.
Ground ball up the middle. Jeter grabs it, does the 360, fires, got him. Nice play by Derek Jeter.
We saw Derek make a play like this last night against the Angels, going to his left, showing some pretty good range up the middle, and then the spin and the throw. And I mentioned last night, he doesn't even think about it when he throws it over there. With Mark Teixeira, just get it in the general area, and he's going to pick it. See him extend a little bit to his right here. Keeps his foot on the bag. Such a luxury for an infielder. Just throw the ball over there. Total confidence in your first baseman.
Hot shot right at A-Rod. So Sergio Mitre works a 1-2-3 inning here in the 5th. The end of 4.5, we're halfway through. Blue Jays 5, Yankees 2. We go to the bottom of the fifth inning here at the stadium. The Yankees trail 5-2 on the PC Richard & Son scoreboard. The Yankees have 9 hits and the Blue Jays have 6. It'll be Damon, Teixeira, and A-Rod. And there's a strike.
John, when you're facing somebody like Halladay, who really has such an assortment of speeds and movement, do you pick a side of the plate, or do you actually sit on a certain pitch?
I think you shorten up with everything. See Johnny Damon right there, just kind of staying inside, trying to slap it the other way. He's a guy you can't get big off of, even when you get ahead in the count. 2-0, 3-1. You still can't try to think about driving a ball out of the yard. You got to just shorten up, almost play a little hit and run approach. Take your base hits, see if you can string a few together.
Johnny Damon down looking.
Probably talking to the wrong guy, Alan. I think I got 2 hits off him, and like I said, I loved hitting the fastball. I wanted no part of his fastball.
No, but you still had an approach, and I would think bottom of the 6th there, the Red Sox up 1-0 to the Angels. I would think your approach you'd have to eliminate one side of the plate, at least early in the count, because of the assortment of speed. There's a backdoor curveball. You know, if you're looking slider, it'll either be running away from him or cutting in on the plate, or looking in. It could sink one in at your hip, or throw the cutter. And even though you say you only got 2 hits, I find that hard to believe, John Flaherty. As good as he is.
You know, we're starting to see a little bit too. Halladay's starting to get into a rhythm. It seems like the pace is starting to pick up a little bit for him. If he's sniffing a win here in the 5th inning, you got a lead. Giving up a lot of hits, but only 2 runs.
Comes in at 14-9 with a 3.03 ERA. 3 infielders on the right side for Teixeira. Count 2-2.
That 12-6 curveball is a pitch. You see a lot of pitchers going to Mark Teixeira with that curveball. And he seems to have a tough time with it. Good news for him, there aren't a lot of pitchers anymore who have that big overhand curveball. Halladay is one of those guys.
Line drive, a base hit past the diving Encarnacion. And Teixeira with a 1-out single, his first hit of the night. Well, tonight's Sweet Swing is brought to you by Sweet Million, the new draw game from the New York Lottery. And let's take a look at a sweet swing from Alex Rodriguez.
Bottom of the 3rd for Alex Rodriguez, just drops the bat head. That is a sweet, simple swing from Alex Rodriguez.
That was tonight's Sweet Swing, brought to you by the New York Lottery Sweet Million, on sale September 15th. But that's today. So Alex is 1 for 2. Teixeira leads off first. Yankees are down by 3, bottom of the 5th inning. Count 1-0. The hit by Teixeira, the 10th hit for the Yankees, and this is the 5th time Halladay has allowed 10 or more hits in a game this season.
Well, you definitely flirt with danger when you have that number. He hasn't even gotten 1 out in the 5th, so he's 2 hits per inning, a little over 2 hits per inning. But to only give up 2 runs, it's either A, you're playing with fire, or when he has to make a pitch, he's been doing it. I think it's a little bit of both.
'86 pitches, 57 strikes, 29 balls for Halladay.
Halladay, kind of like CC Sabathia, almost throw that pitch count out. He's thrown 133 this year in a game.
Were you guys surprised the other day that Pedro Martinez threw 130 pitches in a game against the Mets?
Yes. Wow. After injury and what he's gone through. I mean, it was a heck of a ball game, 1-0 victory.
Ground ball up the middle. Scudero fields, flips the second one on to first, not in time. Nice play by Scudero.
Scudero thinking about the possibility of a double play, but when he had to come in and then go back and flip with his glove, timing's not going to be there to get Alex Rodriguez. Beats it by a full step. Good turn by Hill, getting out of the way of Mark Teixeira.
Might have got Aaron Hill by surprise there. Nice play. I don't think he would have gotten Alex either way.
That will bring up Matsui. Count 2-0. Matsui is 1 for 2. He struck out looking and then blew the single to right field in the third. Thought he was going to drive home A-Rod, but a good throw by Bautista nailed him at home. Matsui's trying to make it 5-4 with that swing. And he's been getting Matsui on that pitch, one diving down and in.
So Cutter, Michael, but that's when a home run hitter like Matsui is going to try to take a spin and see if he could go yard ball. It's a 2-0 count. But what makes it tough is that Halliday's not throwing a straight one in there. It's either cutting or sinking. That ball had a cut to it.
Red Sox have now jumped up 2-0 in the bottom of the sixth, and Halliday's pitch count's getting so high. As John said earlier, the Yankees should be able to get into that Blue Jay bullpen soon.
Dangerous count right here for Halladay, but he has so much movement. If you're Hideki Matsui and you try to get big, you leave yourself vulnerable to that cutter inside.
Popped up and out of play.
That's exactly what it was. Hideki thinking about going deep, but had a little fastball with a little bit of cut, and it just moves in on your hands just enough. Fortunate for Hideki, it found the seats.
And the hitter commits on a cutter. Why it's so effective? Because it looks like a fastball. It looks like it's going to be on the plate. And then the very end there, yeah, Matsui. Just cutting in enough. Now, this is a visit that Halladay knows the importance, obviously, here, get through 5. This is a typical outing of his. Wants to get on the same page with Barajas. He's already now thrown several 3-2 curveballs. Got Cano, struck Cano out, Posada out.
Runner goes, and the pitch is low, so Matsui works a walk. And that forces Halladay to throw more pitches.
Halladay is hot. Looking down at Jim Joyce, home plate umpire. Where is that?
I was just thinking, too, with Jim Joyce, who really hadn't had either pitcher looking in on any ball strikes. This was really the first questionable one all night.
Well, Barajas is on the plate because a 3-2 count, your catcher's not going to put the glove off the plate. So my only guess would be Jim Joyce thought that ball was down.
Well, Al talked about Jim Joyce as one of the loudest strike calls in the game, but also one of the most respected umpires. Old school, does a good job, will work with you back there.
Popped up. John, when you say that phrase, he'll work with you back there, what does that mean?
Well, you know, on a pitch like that, Barajas didn't get the call, and I'm sure he probably had a little question, hey, Jim, where'd you have that one? And he said, you know, I had it down, but if you liked it, I'm going to take a better look next time. I'm really going to bear down on that pitch. And that's all you ask from an umpire. Hey, give me the benefit of the doubt, take a look at it. You have a nice give and take back there. There's some umpires who will say it was down, it wasn't even close. Well, come on, everybody in the ballpark knows it was close. Just work with me a little bit.
2-0. Red Sox over the Angels, bottom of the 6th. There's a strike.
And that was the issue, Michael, the other day when the Orioles were in town with Marty Foster, the home plate umpire, who threw out Alex Rodriguez for questioning a call from a previous at-bat, and then he threw out Girardi. And you're right. And Jim Joyce and other umpires that allow you to give that little give and take that John's talking about. I mean, to not have either a pitcher, or a hitter, or a catcher to never question a call, it's ridiculous. Players know that umpires are fantastic, the best in the world here at the major league level, but you're going to make a mistake once in a while.
The 0-2. Breaking ball outside. .97 pitches for Holiday, 63 strikes. Grounded right to Hill. And Halladay again works into and then out of trouble. No runs, a hit, no errors. 2 men left. Halladay's thrown 98 pitches, has a 5-2 lead as we head to the 6th. Shop. Boston 2-0 over the Angels, top of the 7th. Kansas City 8-1 over Detroit, bottom of the 5th. Baltimore 6-5 over Tampa Bay, bottom of the 6th inning. And Oakland jumps out to a 2-0 lead over Texas, top of the 3rd. National League 5-0 Braves over the Mets, top 7. Philadelphia 5-0 Washington, top 7. Florida and St. Louis scoreless, bottom of the 3rd. Colorado and San Francisco, a big wild card game in the National League, starts at 10:15. Lyle Overbay fouls it off. Count 0-1. So Yankees are trailing 5-2. Mitre has not been really effective as he's given up 4 home runs, but at least he's trying to give the Yankees 6 innings. Looked there for a while that they're going to have to go to the bullpen early, but here he is in the 6th.
Well, it was unusual. First pitch from Mitre. It looked like Jorge Posada was crossed up, diving out of the way. And he looks out at Mitre and says, that's my fault. Forgot what he put down, maybe expecting a curveball and got a sinker. You could laugh about it, but we're at the point in the year now, something like that, and Jorge Posada gets hurt, that's a big deal for the Yankees.
You ever forget a pitch that you called?
I cannot remember ever forgetting a pitch that I put down.
Have you seen it done before?
Yes. Wow, sounded like Al Leiter there. Yes.
Yes,
I did.
have.
Absolutely,
Yes,
of course. No, but I've had catches where after they put the sign down, maybe, have you done this? You put the sign down and you see them looking, and all of a sudden they're looking out in space, and then they say, time out.
Right. Got a lot of things going on back there.
I know. I would absolutely be forgetting what I did.
Yes.
Especially with the multiple signs. Out here with nobody on, it'd be pretty easy to not forget. Because, 1, fastball, 2, usually curve, 3, slider, and a wiggle as a change. This is a sinker. Where he shook. Change up.
Grounded, third base. Backhanded by A-Rod. Off balance throw. It's an infield single. Well, celebrate the inaugural season of Yankee Stadium on Tuesday, September 29th, when the Yankees take on the Royals. The first 18,000 fans, 14 and younger, will receive a Mariano Rivera poster courtesy of Catch 24 Design. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. Do you know that when the Royals come into town, the last week of the year, that's the first time they will have seen Yankee Stadium? How about that? And the Yankees played in Kansas City on the first opening road trip.
Saw the schedule came out for next year already. Yankees will open up at Fenway Park and finish at Fenway Park next year.
Well, that's what you get for an unbalanced schedule.
I'm not sure I like that, because why would you waste a Yankee-Red Sox series for the opening week of the year? And also, if you have the Yankees and the Red Sox go to a town that doesn't always get sellouts to open up the season, you're short of at least a sellout. And Vernon Wells could, check that, Edwin Encarnacion could not get out of the way. So Mitre now with first and second, nobody out.
Another changeup. Yes. Threw a good changeup to Overbay, and here's another changeup to Encarnacion. Just rides up and in. Probably be a classic case. Al maybe getting a little tired.
Yeah, your ball's up. You usually a changeup like that, you're pushing it. That means your elbow's underneath, and definitely a sign of pitcher getting tired. You like the unbalanced schedule, Michael? I know it's all about playing within your division and having a true division winner.
I like playing the teams that are rivalries more, but if you're going to have a wild card,
right,
then everybody should have the same schedule. I don't think that's fair, but you can never have the same schedule as long as you have interleague play. Because, okay, the Central's going to play the East is going to play the Central in the National League, then you don't have an equal schedule. It's kind of unfair to have a wild card.
Okay, so you shorten up the interleague play.
But you're still not going to make it equal. Everybody's not going to have the same schedule.
It would be closer if you didn't have as many interleague games. I think well, who knows? But the unbalanced schedule is not completely fair, as you say, when it comes to wild card.
That one is lofted down the right field line. That's going to dunk in for a base hit. Scoring is Overbay. Encarnacion will stop at third. Barajas picks up an RBI double out. 6-2 Blue Jays. And the crowd getting a little restless here at the stadium.
Well, Barajas just jumping on this first pitch sinker down in the zone. Good hitting. Look at him. He's almost like a little cricket player there. The ball's about ankle high going the other way, and then it's just a matter of placement here. This is 17th double of the year. Nick Swisher having to get a beat on it. 5-6 feet inside the foul line.
And the crowd with a derisive cheer, as if to tell Girardi where you've been. But you can't be taking out starting pitchers that soon. Can't burn out the bullpen. So Joe Girardi will call on Edouard Ramirez. Tough situation. Second and third, nobody out. Yankees down by 4. Stay where you are.
Law & Order Special Victims Unit Marathon this Sunday starting at 6 p.m. And don't forget to catch back-to-back episodes of Law & Order Criminal Intent every Monday night at 8 starting September 28th right here on My 9. Well, Joe Girardi makes the call to the bullpen, brought to you by Verizon Fios, over 100 HD channels and the fastest internet. This is Fios. This is big. This is Edouard Ramirez facing Jose Bautista. Yankees have to bring their infield in halfway. Trying to keep it right here at 6-2. Now, you look at what happened that inning. Now, Sergio Mitre gave up 4 home runs, so you can't exactly paint this as a good start. But this inning is certainly not indicative of him getting roughed around. Soft ground ball off the end of the bat by Overbay, base hit by pitch on a changeup, then a bloop double. The numbers on Ramirez.
Tough spot for him. Second and third, nobody out. Already behind in the count 2-0. We know about his great changeup. Love to get a strikeout in this at bat behind in the count 2-0. It's not going to be easy.
Has not been a good matchup, Mitre and the Blue Jays. He's allowed 17 runs, 15 of them earned thus far over these last 2 starts against Toronto, and the runners on second and third are his responsibility. There's a strike. And the bases are loaded.
Bases are loaded for a hot hitter. Snyder has 2 home runs already in this ball game.
Not that Ramirez trying to walk anybody, but he is a guy, as John was saying, an excellent changeup and really pitches off of that, although he has to throw his fastball. But it's imperative that when he does throw his fastball to get ahead in the count. Very tough against left-handed batters because of that changeup that he throws.
He's hit 2 home runs and he's hit 2 different pitches. A sinker from Mitre, the first home run, and then a get-me-over changeup, the second home run.
And there's a strike.
Sergio Mitre's changeup not even in the same league as Edouard Ramirez. Expect to see a few changeups now.
The 0-1. 1-1.
Part of the whole cat and mouse is knowing the pitcher, and obviously with the hitter's strength, there's the last 3-run home run game for the Toronto Blue Jays. Frank Thomas against the Red Sox, 2007.
There's that change. 1-2.
But for young Travis Snyder, he gets with Gene Tennis, the hitting coach, says, what does he have? And he's got a great changeup. Gets in the mindset, okay, I'm looking change. Ramirez ends up throwing 2 fastballs. There's Gene Tennis, the hitting coach. Got another change.
And that's a big strikeout for Ramirez.
Well, that is a power changeup. Great finish. You see some bad swings from Snyder, a guy who's had 2 home runs already. Fastball for strike 1. Follows it up with a fastball for ball 1. And then you're going to see a couple of changeups, outstanding down, and a big-time finish pitch. 3-finger grip, the OK change. Turns it over a little bit, gets that nice action down and away.
Beautiful. Unlike Bautista when he got behind, now this is the doubt in the hitter's mind. They know that Ramirez has a great changeup, but he's pounding the zone early with his fastball. Making them start doubting, will he throw another fastball, even though they have in their mindset, hey, this guy's going to throw a changeup sooner or later.
It's a good point you bring up too, Al, because you'll go up there if you're Scudero sitting on a changeup knowing he has a good one. But Ramirez's changeup is so good, you could sit on it and still look bad. Trevor Hoffman, probably the best changeup I had ever caught. Ramirez just a click behind his.
Popped up, right field. Tagging is Encarnacion. Swisher fields. Here's the throw. Here's the play. He's in there. Head first slide. And it's 7-2 Blue Jays. A sac fly by Marco Scudero.
Scudero gets a sac fly. Swisher gets off a strong throw. Watch where Jorge Posada catches this ball. He actually catches it behind the plate and then tries to come in front to apply the tag. Encarnacion saw that, dove to the front of the plate. Jorge Posada should be up in front trying to block it. It was a good throw from Nick Swisher. See, he gets behind the ball, has some momentum, a good, strong, one-hop, accurate throw. Don't know why Posada was setting up behind the plate.
I mean, is that a situation where you obviously look down while you're waiting for the throw to see where you are, or could you?
You know, you're
lose
taught
sight of where you are.
You're taught to set up on the front of the plate and read the throw and see where it's going to take you. Jorge Posada setting up behind. I'm not quite sure why.
Driven out to left field. Damon will put it away. So not a bad job by Edouard Ramirez. He gave up one of the runs that he inherited. It was a close play at the plate as the Blue Jays scored 2. Here's the second run as Posada sets up behind the plate, gets the throw from Swisher, a head first slide, and the Blue Jays lead 7-2. Wednesday. Well, Roy Halladay with 98 pitches comes out to pitch the 6th inning, and his first pitch to Robinson Cano is a strike. 7-2, Blue Jays lead the Yankees. Yankees about hit the Blue Jays, but the Blue Jays have done the job bringing in the runs. 4 home runs of those 8 hits. And the 0-1.
Think of this right here, you guys. He's at 100 pitches now. He's into the 6th inning. A team that's isn't going anywhere. He's 32 years old. He's got a 5-run lead. Now, granted, you know, there's still a lot of baseball to go here. Get another 12 outs. But here he is, the workhorse, still towing.
If you're Cito Gaston, the manager, who do you want out there? He's the guy you want.
Hot shot up the middle, a base hit for Cano.
I mean, isn't that do you want your bullpen guy or your number one starter, even when he's a little fatigued?
I totally agree. Of course I would want him out there, and I know that Cito Gaston would love to have him out there. But under the circumstance of a team that's out of it, and yes, this win matters. He's mad that he didn't get this ball inside. Robinson Cano getting the barrel of the bat on him. Fiery Roy Halladay. Yeah, no, I agree with you, John. See, the cut fastball just leaked middle of the plate. Mistake. Robinson Cano, like many of these Yankee hitters, hot, took advantage of it. I just think, I'm thinking big picture.
Yeah.
You know, next year, free agent, you know, all the stuff that goes on in baseball, making more money in contracts, and, you know, yeah, you're darn right. Can you give me another inning? You bet you, Skip. It says a lot about this man.
I mean, it's fair to put CC Sabathia in the same conversation, right? Give me the ball. I want 7 or 8 innings every game.
Think about what CC did before he came to the Yankees. 503 innings in 2 years between the Indians and the Brewers. Short rest down the stretch. Total game. And that's discussed around baseball. You know, you admire these guys.
Sabathia, an outside shot to get 20 wins. He's at 17 right now. The 0-2. Now, Halladay, Al, never looks like he's having fun on the mound. He's so intense. Do you ever have fun? When you pitch, did you have fun when you were on the mound?
Sometimes. Yeah. No, it's sad.
But he looks like he's totally locked in, not having a good time.
Yeah, you're right. He's I hope it during the time that you're out there and you're making pitches and you're trying to be, you know, a quality pitcher. It's not fun. It's not.
It's work. It's hard
work. Yeah, I mean, and I think that laser focus and that ability to just pay attention to every single nuance of your pitching. American League leaders in innings. Now they one more out. Will tie CC Sabathia for leading the league. No, it's work. There are moments within a game that you know something great will happen, and you know you're fired up about it.
And Swisher swings and misses.
But I don't think if you have that laser focus and it's just every pitch that counts, like you can't have it fleeting where once in a while, hey, I'll just flip this one up here and hope for the best. I mean, it happens. You'll hear guys that'll throw away at bats and really didn't have a plan, and pitchers will throw pitches and after it's like, God, I don't know why I threw that. I mean, that absolutely happens. But he, as good as anybody in the game today, that really gets the whole this pitch, this moment.
Now, John, you caught Randy Johnson a lot when he was here. Did Johnson have any fun on the mound, or was it also like this, just angry, laser?
He didn't have any fun on the mound. He didn't have any fun in between starts.
Good bunt there by Gardner, but a nice play by Barajas.
Yeah, there's some guys like that. I played with Kevin Brown in Florida, and he threw a one-hit shutout one day against the Dodgers. The most dominant season that I ever seen a starting pitcher in 1996 with the Marlins. Every single start was just lights out. Threw a one-hit shutout. His post-game interviews were, I didn't feel right, I wasn't comfortable, I didn't have my good stuff, and it really annoyed the Dodgers the next day because they're saying, "What, are you kidding me? Even if you felt that way, just admit that, hey, this was a heck of a game." And he couldn't even enjoy that after the fact.
Well, he certainly was a joy at the Yankees for 2 years. Pretty much the same deal. He just never seemed to be having fun. Here's Derek Jeter. So, I mean, you said that right with the bunt by Gardner. He never had fun even between starts, John? Randy Johnson?
No, Kevin Brown and Randy were pretty much out of the same mold. I mean, and Al puts it in a good perspective. It was work. It was hard work for those guys. They prepared in between starts. And I look at a guy like Halladay. It's almost like a hitter who grinds out at bats. He grinds out starts. Keep that game face on until he gets taken out of the game.
How's it for intensity?
Grinding out starts, Al Leiter.
Oh, you look so much younger there, Al.
Yeah, why don't you just say it? I'm about 20 pounds lighter. There you go.
No, I didn't mean that.
It's having fun right there. Maybe after. A couple coldies.
Oldies. The 0-2. Just got a piece to stay alive. 91 games with the Blue Jays. Northern Lights, I like that. 26 and 24. So they waited for you to get your shoulder back. 3 years you're on the DL, then boom, you have that good comeback year, and you're off as a free agent. That's my Al.
Thanks, Mike.
The 0-2. 2-2. Now you're a good guy. Did that bother you? Where you're a free agent and
No, I had a dinner
you?
with Paul Beeston along with my agent Randy and Alan Hendricks. My wife was there, and the wives were there, and it was in August of '95. And Paul was going to offer me a contract. He didn't, and then we waited into free agency. And then I went back home where I was living in South Florida. The Marlins signed me. It wasn't about the money; it was about family.
There's a ground ball to first. Overbay will flip to Halladay, and that will do it. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the 7th, and it's Blue Jays 7-2 over the Yanks. Stadium. Take home many artifacts, including stadium seats from the original Yankee Stadium. Call Yankee Steiner Collectibles at 800-759-SCORE. There are many unique items which are the perfect addition to any Yankee fan's collection. Contact Yankee Steiner Collectibles today at 800-759-SCORE or visit steinersports.com or yankees.com. When we go to the 7th inning, it's 7-2 Blue Jays. Edouard Ramirez will face Adam Lind. He got out of a bases-loaded jam, giving up just 1 run. And the 6th, and there's a strike. On the Cure Insurance scoreboard, 7-8-0 leads 2-11-0. Now, Al, before we went to a commercial, you uttered a line that athletes always utter, and I remember general manager of the Giants, the late George Young, Jesse Carlson, warming up, and he said, whenever they say it's not about the money, it's always about the money.
Well, it's not true, George.
He's the late George Young.
The late George Young. No, I know. But actually, during that was my first free agency time, and you remember that, well, every player does if you get to 6 years in the big leagues. The Orioles, there were 3 teams. It was go back to Toronto, the Orioles, or the Marlins. I was living in Fort Lauderdale. The Orioles actually offered more.
There's a line drive to right field, and it's going to be a base hit. Nick Swisher will cut it off, so Adam Lind with a single. Now, John, in the audience, if I could let you in on a little something. I was, close with Al, as
Friendly.
I am now. Very friendly.
Good friends.
Yes.
And he called me up the night before, and he's agonizing. I don't know, should I go to the Orioles or should I go to the Marlins? Blah, blah. He gives me the money and everything, and I'm weighing everything. And I said, you got to go to the Orioles. They've been in the playoffs the last couple of years. They're going to be a good team for a long time. I was really right about that. That one's popped up and not playing. I honestly, I'm not even lying. I spent 3 hours on the phone with him. 3 hours.
Slight exaggeration, but it was more than
So
an hour.
I would say something, right? I'd give a point. Al would go, yes, of course you're right. And then I pick up the paper the next day. Al Leiter agrees to a deal with the Marlins. 3 hours of my life I'll never get back.
I don't think it was 3, but it was a while. And I did value your opinion to a point.
That's a fly ball in center field. Backpedaling is Cano. And there's one away. Along with Al Leiter and John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay, and you're watching Yankees baseball right here on My 9. It's 7-2 Blue Jays over the Yankees. It has not been a pretty start for Roy Halladay, but he's certainly done enough. It's held the Yankees to just the 2 runs in the second inning. 4 home runs so far for the Blue Jays. Mark Melancon warming to the Yanks. Line drive into right center field. It is a base hit. Lind will go to third, and Gardner flips the ball into Cano. So Overbay with his second hit.
That changeup from Ramirez. It's up in the zone. Overbay does not do too much. Just stays on it, slaps it into right center. Lind going to get to third base easily.
Ground ball double play situation. Anytime you get an out in the inning, obviously you're 1 pitch away as a pitcher to get out of it. Problem is with a fastball changeup combination, it's really not a ground ball pitcher, Ramirez. Your ground ball pitchers traditionally are your sinker slider guys.
Encarnacion, 1 for 2, hit by a pitch, 2 runs scored, hit a home run into the Blue Jay bullpen in left center, leading off the 4th inning. Lind with a home run, Encarnacion with a home run, and 2 home runs by Travis Snyder. And that's just thrown over to delay. And here's Encarnacion's home run against Mitre. Joe Girardi ordered the throw over a couple of times just to give Melancon more time to warm. So Girardi's going to take the ball from Edouard Ramirez. Tells him good job. So Edouard's night is done. And they call on Melancon to pitch to Encarnacion with runners on first and third and 1 man out. Yankees are trying to hold it right here at 7-2 in favor of Toronto. Stay around. brought to you in part by Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today. Verizon Fios, over 100 HD channels and the fastest internet. This is Fios. This is big. And by your local Lexus dealer. Nice crowd here at Yankee Stadium. But they have not seen that much to cheer about. Yankees are ahead for a little bit. 2-0, but the Blue Jays answered with 3 in the top of the third, and they have not looked back. So now it's 7-2 Blue Jays, and Mark Melancon comes on. He's going to try to stop it right here. First and third with one man out. Those are Melancon's numbers. Too many walks, obviously. Yankees look at this guy as a possible closer in the future. That's how much they like his stuff. Let's see what he does against Encarnacion. Sometimes he does have a hard time with command.
Well, this move, taking Ramirez out, Melancon has a good sinker. Take it down in the zone, get a little double play ball here.
There's a strike. Bottom of the 8th inning, Boston leads the Angels 2-0. So the Angels starting out their road trip in a shaky manner, losing yesterday to the Yankees. And now losing this first game to the Red Sox. Although the Red Sox usually always have the Angels number. And if the playoffs were going to start today, the Red Sox would beat the Angels, and I'm sure the Angels are not thrilled about that. They have their number as the Angels have the Yankees number.
How about Suzaka for the Red Sox? First start since June 19th. Assuming he went deep into the game. Not going to start.
Good news for them up there in Boston. The rotation in a little trouble.
Matsuzaka won 6 innings. And that one is looped into right center field. It's a base hit. That's going to score Lind. Overbay will stop at second. RBI single for Encarnacion. It's 8-2 Blue Jays.
Lau talked about Melancon as that good sinker, but he goes with the curveball, and it's pretty much middle of the plate. Encarnacion doesn't hit it on the screws, but he hits it well enough to get it over Robinson Cano's head into right center. RBI base hit.
Barajas, an RBI double his last time up. He's 1 for 3, grounded to second, a fly ball to left. It's another fly ball to left field. Johnny Damon with the second out. Red Sox just scored another run in that game as they lead the Angels 3-0, bottom of the 8th inning. Boy, if you take out the 7 games that the Yankees played the Red Sox and won 6 of them, it's almost a dead heat in the American League East. That's the difference between these two teams right now. Because the Red Sox don't lose and the Yankees hardly lose. And it's only 6 in the loss column. So there you have it. It's 6 out of 7. So if the Yankees lose this and the Red Sox win, well, then it's 5 in the loss column. And there's still 3 games remaining here at Yankee Stadium between these two teams. These are the standings entering today. Yankees with the best record in baseball. 93-52. The Red Sox 84-58. The Rays are out of it after an 11-game losing streak at just the wrong time. And then there's the Blue Jays and the Orioles. Yankees, with a win tonight, the Yankees would go 42 games over 500. They haven't been 42 games over 500 since the final day of the 2002 season. But they've got some work to do if they want to get a win tonight. Here's what the Yankees have left down the stretch. One more with the Blue Jays tomorrow, then 3 in Seattle, 3 in Anaheim, 3 here against the Red Sox, 3 here against the Royals, and then they finish the season with 3 in Tampa or in St. Pete against the Rays. That one gets away from Posada. Throw to third. Not in time.
Good base running by Lyle Overbay. Once he sees this curveball in the dirt, he got a great jump. Jorge Posada does a good job of blocking it, keeping it in front, and a quick little sidearm flip throw to Alex Rodriguez. Close play at third base. Third base umpire Darrell Cousins. Like he got in there.
Yeah, I think he missed it.
Good base running. Got a great jump off a second, and a nice athletic play by Posada making that close.
David Ortiz home run makes it 4-0 bottom of the 8th. Just missed that. Foul away.
Looking at that Yankee schedule we just put up, really the only team that, I was going to say doormat, but certainly last place in Kansas City, 57 and 86. All competitive teams. All Tampa has fallen off. They're all over 500 down the stretch. Seattle could always be a thorn, especially if King Felix is going the hill. Anaheim is always tough.
He strikes out Bautista for the final out of the 7th. But the Blue Jays get one more run on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left. And at the end of 6.5 innings of play, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. Blue Jays lead the Yankees 8-2, but we stay right here to honor America here in the Bronx.
For a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are serving our country at home and around the globe. Now please join Kate Smith as she sings God Bless America.
Insurance scoreboard, and the Blue Jays lead this one 8-2. Each team with 11 hits. Roy Halladay went the first 6 innings, and the Yankees really worked him pitch count wise, but they were never able to get the big hit to break through. They got those 2 runs, obviously, in the second inning, but now the Blue Jays go to the bullpen. So that would mean that Cito Gaston has to hold his breath. The bullpen has not been what they were expecting when they come into the year, and they'll call first on Jesse Carlson, and those are his numbers so far this season.
It'll be the 68th game of the year. He's tied for 3rd in the American League with appearances.
The 11 hits the Yankees had against Halladay over 6 innings were just one shy of his career high. And the pitch inside to Johnny Damon. Soft ground ball to second base. And Hill gets Damon. With September call-ups, the Blue Jays have 10 pitchers in their bullpen. 2 left-handers. Carlson's one. Scott Downs the other.
They give credit to Roy Halladay tonight. He gave up 11 hits, only 2 runs. One of those starts that a starting pitcher feels good about. Didn't have his great stuff. Wasn't locked in with location, but kind of grinded his way through and is in line for a W here. More satisfying, Alan, when you go out there with great stuff and dominate.
You know, a couple of days ago, we had the game with CC Sabathia, and similar. He ended up battling through, went 7 innings, 3 runs.
Ground ball at third. Encarnacion. 2 out.
CC only had the 1 strikeout, 4 walks, but yeah, you know, in some way, you know, you get some gratification when you know that at a 33, 34 starts, assuming you don't miss a start, that you're not going to be nails every time. You're not going to have your A game. That's when you really got to be on the same page with your catcher, work together. Your catcher identifies maybe your 3rd and 4th pitch is really the go-to pitch early in the game. Maybe your fastball will come later on. And when you finish those games and you get a win for it, it's very, very satisfying.
Did you have a formula, Al? Out of 34 starts, how many are you going to be great? How many are you going to be so-so? And
actually, Joe Altobelli, who's a minor league coach, coordinator for the Yankees. I was in AA Albany, and when he was managing the Orioles, 79, I think, when they went to the World Series, he said, I look at my starters at five starts per month. You're going to be dominating 2, you're going to win. 2 of them you're going to be so-so, you might get a no decision or a win, and then 1 you're going to stink. You're going to be terrible. And that formula is 18 and 12. And it's hard, you know, sometimes as a pitcher, you know, you get through your months, say, okay, there was my so-so, and there was a good one, then there was another so-so, and, you know, somewhere along the line, you're not going to be good. Somewhere you just didn't work out. That's the nature of it. But think of that. I mean, in that formula, if you look at that over, because generally speaking, you get 5 starts a month. Some months you may, you know, depend on if you hit the first or second day of the month, you might get 6. And that's a heck of a year.
popped up. Overbay. And Carlson comes on to work a 1-2-3 inning against the Yankees. 2, 3, and 4 in their lineup. And he did it with just 8 pitches. So the Yankees go down in order, and we go to the 8th. It's 8-2 Blue Jays. On the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Frito-Lay. Look for rich, creamy, delicious Sabra hummus in the deli section of your local supermarket. 4-0 Boston over the Angels. 11-1 KC over Detroit. And the pitch to Snyder is a strike. 7-5 Baltimore over Tampa Bay, and Oakland leads Texas 4-1 bottom of the fifth. That's the American League. In the National League, 6-0 Atlanta beat the Mets. 5-0 Philly over Washington. 1-0 St. Louis over Florida. Colorado and San Francisco will start in about 20 minutes.
Big series. You mentioned it, Michael. The Giants and the Rockies. Huge for both teams. If San Francisco is going to make a legitimate push to get in that wild card, they've got to sweep those guys.
It's amazing how the Giants are doing it. And I know you're very good friends with Dave Righetti. It's all about pitching. They can't hit at all. I mean, if they can hit a little, they might be challenging the Dodgers for first place in the West.
You're right. Pablo Sandoval is their big gun, and it just shows you how much pitching is so important, obviously, to every team, but in the National League even more so because of the obviously it's not an offensive league as it is in the American League. But they have done it. How about Barzino's pitching tonight?
Yeah.
He's having a good year, considering what he did last year for the Giants.
Here's Scudero. Now, when you were teammates with Righetti, did you ever think he'd be a pitching coach? I covered him as a ride. I never could see that he would have the patience.
I agree. And he's got a. I love the guy. He's my mentor, but kind of a witted, sarcastic sense of humor that sometimes doesn't always. But it's good too. It's old school. It's almost like what are you doing? Kind of a way to kick guys. But obviously he's been there a long time. He's done a great job with those guys. And having Tim Lincecum and Matt Cain, how he's come on.
Popped up. Cano makes the play. 2-way. Let's take a look at the in-game box score brought to you by Hyundai. Ready for good news? Get Hyundai Assurance and up to $5,000 cash back on select models now. Well, there are 11 hits in there. Home runs by Lind, Encarnacion, and 2 by Snyder. 2 hits by Overbay. Runs scored, 2 by Lind and 2 by Encarnacion. 3 ribbies by Snyder. Giants have the second best ERA in the majors at 3.52, and they're 26th in the majors in runs scored. And Aaron Hill could not get out of the way of that, as Melanson plunks the second baseman for the Blue Jays.
See Melanson lose a few fastballs up and away to lefties, up and in on the righties. Gets Hill right in the back. No intent there, an 8-2 game. Trying to go with a fastball inside, just got underneath it like Al mentioned before. You get your hand underneath it, ball rides up and in.
And we mentioned that the Giants were second in the majors in the ERA. The Dodgers are first. Michael Dunn, rookie left-hander, getting ready for the Yanks. And the count 2-0. Well, it's the final at Fenway Park. The Red Sox beat the Angels 4-1. Dave Island makes his way out to the mound to talk with Melanson.
Anytime that you get 2 quick outs, and certainly in a game like this, and a young pitcher, Mark Melanson, you want to make it a nice clean inning or create any offense by being lack of command or getting behind the count. Certainly getting in bad counts for a guy like Adam Lind is not what you want to do in a 2-0 count situation.
And that one gets past Posada and allows Hill to move to second. Scored a wild pitch.
What was the hardest pitch to catch?
An Andy Pettit cutter. Yeah, back when he was throwing a little bit harder than he is now. That cutter from a lefty, tough for a catcher. But even a guy like Melanson, I'm watching him, it seems like he's got a heavy baseball. Hard to explain, but a tough pitch to catch.
And that one gets past Posada.
I think Jorge was expecting a little sink on this fastball, and it looked like it maybe cut a little bit. See him setting up away, expecting a little sink. It actually stayed true on the inner half.
Joe Girardi's seen enough. Runners on first and third with 2 out, so he's going to go to the bullpen, and he's going to bring in Michael Dunn as Melanson departs. Stay where you are. Vernon Wells, and he inherits first and third with 2 men out.
Michael Dunn, a converted outfielder, played in the minor leagues as a everyday player, and didn't work out for him. They said, hey, you know what, you got a heck of an arm. You want to pitch? There he is in the big leagues.
He's made 3 appearances in the big leagues. The first one, you had to imagine nerves were a big part of it. Kind of struggled. Seems to be settling down a little bit with every appearance. Seen a good fastball, mid-90s. Nice tight slider. It's just about control with him and location.
Vernon Wells tonight, 1 for 4. The 1, though, extended his hitting streak to 9 straight. Grounded in the hole, a base hit for Wells. That's going to score a run. So he gets another RBI, and the Yankees are down 9-2.
Talk about Dunn with a good fastball, and he comes right at Vernon Wells. The 1-0 count, he just pulls it right past diving Derek Jeter. 2-out RBI base hit.
right?
Good for Dunn to get his feet wet at the big league level, and even when he doesn't pitch, he's doing a lot of side work with Dave Island, trying to smooth out those mechanics. Mentioned before, it's all about location with him. He's got plenty of stuff. If he can repeat that delivery, pound the strike zone, he's got a bright future.
See it sometimes in the major leagues. A guy will come up, especially as a although Rick Ankiel went from pitcher to outfield, it seems like more guys do the hitter play every day, realize that they can't hit, and then they end up pitching. I know Guillermo Mota was a guy that did that. Had a good big league career as a pitcher.
You ever think about going back to being a position player? I mean, when you're going through the arm problems?
Yeah, I'll be right behind you there, kid. I couldn't hit water falling out of a boat.
The 2-2. 3-2. Did you pitch at all, John, when you were young?
I was 12 years old, I pitched. And the elbow said, okay, we'll have none of that. And right back behind the plate the next year.
See that?
Three-two. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did, said Gerald Cussin. So Michael Dunn strikes out Lyle Overbay, and Overbay cannot believe it. But the Blue Jays get another run on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. Let's go to the bottom of the 8th inning at the stadium. 9-2 Jays. On select models now. The Yankees have 11 hits. The multiple hit guys, Derek Jeter 2 for 4, and Nick Swisher 2 for 4. A couple of doubles for Nick. Derek Jeter picked up an RBI, and Brett Gardner the other RBI. Yankees just have 2 runs, and they are running at about 6 more to go as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. So Jesse Carlson, who worked a 1-2-3 7th inning, will face Matsui, Posada, and Cano here in the 8th. 9-2. 12 hits to 11, both in favor of the Blue Jays, and the first pitch to Matsui is a strike. In the month of September, Matsui's hitting .385, a home run and 9 runs batted in. Crowd here at the stadium, when it started, 45,847. many of them are making their way home as we speak. The Yankees continue to lead the major leagues in average attendance per game at around 46,000. And the 0-2. Shadow bag. And grabbed there by Barajas. The bat goes into the seats right behind the Yankee dugout.
You mentioned a lot of people on their way home, Michael, and I guess thank goodness, because that bat hit an empty seat. Scary when you see this. Becky Matsui gets jammed, bat shatters, and it ends up in the seats.
Ooh. Very good. Silver Glove girl's head.
Oh my God. That's scary. Those are great seats, but you have to be alert all the time. Here's Posada. Jorge's 1 for 3. And that's thrown behind Posada. And if you wonder, is that an answer for Aaron Hill? And now you can see Posada is thinking that that's the case as well. And both benches are empty.
I think that's obvious, Michael. Major League pitchers are pretty good with their command. They'll miss a little bit, but to throw behind somebody, that was a message. I believe they thought that they hit Aaron Hill. The Yankees did on purpose.
Both benches warned.
This is just square in the back. I don't, unless there's some other kind of history or something in the series up in Toronto, this game didn't dictate from Lancet to hit him on purpose. Now this is just,
it's not even close. I mean, Carlson has been locked in. The 4 batters that he has faced has been able to throw the ball anywhere he wants. Jorge Posada obviously not happy.
No, you'd have to be really, really off to throw a ball that far behind somebody. Unless you did it on purpose.
So Jim Joyce talking things over with Joe Girardi. It's a part of the game that goes back to Doubleday, Abner. And it is a part of the game.
Jorge Posada just 1 for 2 in his career, but that one swing was a home run.
Now this is when Aaron Hill got hit, because of where it was directly in the back. It was, pitchers don't miss that much, and I do not believe that Melancon did that on purpose. But I think as a result, like you say, Michael, in regard to protecting your players, if it's deemed that they think, the Blue Jays, that Aaron Hill got hit on purpose, you got to protect your guys.
And the count 2-0. Well, the Yankees, and part of it has to do with Halladay, kind of look a little bit logy tonight. Maybe that wakes them up. You always run that risk if you're the other team. And the count 2-1.
Well, there's no question about it. Posada would love nothing more than to hit this ball real hard somewhere and far.
And also, that's the difference between the National League and the American League. Now, you can go 2 ways in the American League. You could take the Yankee second baseman and do it, or you can do it to the catcher, because Melancon's not going to come up to the plate. So, if you think that Melancon did it on purpose, that's the only way that you can get back. Now, as far as Melancon doing it on purpose, he's had 16 1/3 Major League innings, and he's hit 4 batters.
Wow, that's a lot. Yeah. That's a high percentage.
Now, you don't think that a rookie comes in and starts throwing at people, so it's obviously a control issue with him.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot of movement, and he's not afraid to throw inside. He pushes the ball. As a result of that, instead of getting sink, you get run. And a lot of hitters today, they dive anyway. I'm not making an excuse for the guy. He hit Aaron Hill directly in the back.
And the 3-2. Now, John, you've been there before. How badly does Posada want to get a hit now?
Well, you can see the swings that he's taken. There's a little something extra on them. I mean, obviously, he wants to hit a ball hard. He wouldn't mind hitting it right back up the middle. But I'm thinking about Melanson. I mean, that's something that a young pitcher comes up and he has a reputation of being a little wild, hitting some people, and then all of a sudden there's retaliation. And you got to stop it early in a young career. Hey, get the ball over the plate, figure out a way to pitch inside effectively.
And Posada works a walk against Carlson.
And also, too, Michael, 9 out of 10 times, that's coming from the bench. Very seldom does a player just take it upon himself. Or you're just aware of the situation. It's so obvious that you don't need any kind of signal.
All right, well, you played for Cito Gaston. I mean, is he that type of manager?
He will want his pitchers to protect his guys.
Old school.
You bet. He's a hitter. He's a hitter. He's an outfielder. He's a hitting coach for many years. You bet you.
And Cano wraps one into right center field. Posada stops at second. Second base hit for Cano. And that's going to bring up Swisher.
Still see the look on Jorge Posada's face. Not very happy. Robinson Cano gets a fastball up, out over the plate, and just drills it to right center.
Well, you said it, Michael. We'll see how this game plays out. The Yankees are down 9-2. But anytime, you got a kind of a low malaise kind of, feeling through a game, and, the old proverbial keep a sleeping dog lie, don't wake him up. This may have woken up the Yankee hitters.
Here's Nick Swisher. Nick 2 for 3, 2 doubles. Struck out his last time up. That was against Halliday. Month of September for Nick, 327, 5 homers, and 9 runs batted in. Coming into this homestand, Nick had 3 home runs at Yankee Stadium all year, but he has 3 home runs in this homestand. And so far in the homestand for the Yankees, they are 6-2. Took 4 in a row from Tampa Bay. They lost 2 of 3 to the Orioles, and they beat the Angels in the makeup game last night. So they continue their dominance here in the Bronx, the 0-1. 0-2.
A healthy cut there. Looked like what hit it out of the ballpark here.
Jeremy Accardo getting ready. First and second, 1 out. Go 1-2 to Swisher. 2-2. Now, warnings have been issued to both benches. And you wonder, does that affect the pitcher out because you're afraid to throw inside it might clip somebody?
No. No, you still have to pitch. And if it's a situation for Carlson, he comes inside and you hit him, well, you're out of the game. So, I mean, if there's one effect to the whole thing is that there's no question.
The 2-2.
I would say back up here. In this situation here, I would say no. If it's an early warning situation with starters, absolutely. You know, there's games, if there's a residual effect, who knows how tomorrow, if this plays out, whatever said after the game, and they do before the game, hey, there's warnings, yes, then it does affect the way as a starter. Because a starter, you want to go as deep as you can in the game. Obviously, you want to do your 7 8 innings, complete a ball game.
I think you also give credit to the home plate umpire, Jim Joyce, a guy who knows the game better than most umpires. I think he's got a great feel for it. If somebody gets clipped with a fastball in,
high fly ball right field. Bautista makes the play for the second out.
I think Jim Joyce, a home plate umpire, would have a feel if it was on purpose or accidental.
Well, tonight after the game, armed and dangerous. Which Yankee pitcher dreamed of catching criminals had he not made it to the big leagues? Find out on the Verizon Fios game wrap-up after the game on My 9 News. That's going to bring up Brett Gardner. A lot of talking there between Barajas and Jim Joyce. Gardner 1 for 3. Count 1-0. Gardner RBI single in the second. Tap back to the mound in the fourth, and then got thrown out trying to get on a bunt single by Barajas. That was in the sixth. Posada's in second, Cano's at first. Count 2-0. All night the Yankees have been waiting for the big hit, and it has not come. They left 2 runners on base in the first, 2 in the fifth, 1 in the second, third, fourth, and sixth. And they went down 1, 2, 3 in the seventh. Yanks are 3 for 12 tonight with runners in scoring position. Line drive, they face it down the right field line. Posada will score. Cano goes to third. Gardner's at second with an RBI double, and it's now 9-3 Toronto. And Posada had something to say to Carlson, and now they're going to come together. And now they're going at it. Both benches clear. Shelley Duncan right in the middle. So is Joe Girardi as they're trying to pull all the players apart. Joe Girardi looking to see what's going on down there. Barajas is really fired up. And he is pulled back by Edward Ramirez. A couple of the Yankees make sure that Posada is down the runway. This time of the year, you don't need suspensions, you don't need injuries.
Yeah, obviously the Yankees have a lot more to lose in this situation than the Blue Jays. Looking forward to postseason play. You don't want anybody hurt. And it looked like Jorge Posada and Carlson hooked up when Jorge scored the run. Had a little brush at the elbow. See Jorge come running by right here, and he bangs into Carlson a little bit. Carlson's going to turn around, go after Jorge Posada, has something to say, and knowing Jorge Posada, he's not going to back down, coming right out.
And Jim Joyce immediately threw out Posada, and then Posada went right at Carlson. And Joe Girardi is right in the middle of it. So is Mark Teixeira, and really the last thing, I repeat, the last thing the Yankees need is to get into a bench-clearing brawl and get somebody hurt or get somebody suspended. Java right in the middle, so is CC Sabathia. And if you're Joe Girardi, you have to hold your breath. So's Derek Jeter, and then Shelly Duncan right in the middle as well.
Andy Pettit in the middle of that, too, with the shoulder problems. Going to be scratched tomorrow. He was right in the middle. Shelly Duncan.
And CC Sabathia is the one who pries Posada loose. As far as baseball fights go, that was a baseball fight with a lot of anger in it and a lot of thrown punches.
And it's all so reactionary. Just watching that, and it's the two guys that were involved. Obviously, the way Posada reacted, there was Carlson right in front of him. He gave him the little shove. Carlson didn't back down, and then clicked. You know, the emotions, whatever that explodes there, and it was real. And at that time, as you hope for both sides, that nobody gets hurt and is injured.
And you see Joe has a cut on his left ear, and also it looks like he might have a mouse over his left eye. He was right in the middle, and it does look like there's something that happened to his left eye. And Joe's right in the middle of it, and there's an eye. Somebody hit Joe there, and that was John McDonald. Hit him with a left hand.
You know, and I think it's more there, Michael. His head is right in the middle there. Guys just coming in. Maybe that.
Definitely has a mouse there, and then there's a cut on the ear. And you can see the dirt on CeCe's hat from being in the middle of that as well.
When was the last time the Yankees run any kind of...
You know what? They used to do that during the championship years, and they haven't done it a lot of late. Darryl Strawberry led the charge against Armando Benitez when he hit Tino Martinez, and one time against Roger Clemens in the Blue Jays when Clemens hit one of the Yankees when Clemens was on Toronto. They used to do that a lot.
That's the Veritek A-Rod incident.
Veritek A-Rod, yep. So now the umpires have to decide who's getting thrown out, who's staying around, and we'll see what they decide. They're talking things over with Cito Gaston. Now the Yankees have a game they're going to try to win. They have runners on second and third with two men out. And in case you just joined us, this is where it started. Mark Melancon clips Aaron Hill. Now in the bottom of the eighth inning, Jorge Posada is at the plate against Jesse Carlson. And Carlson clearly throws behind him and answer. And then Posada says, "You don't want to do that." Gets back in the box and ends up working a walk. And then he scores on Brett Gardner's double. And as he's going by Carlson, Carlson really got hit. Look at that. He got clipped by somebody. And as Posada was running by, they kind of clipped into each other. And then Carlson turned around and said something. Posada charged at him, and that's what set this off. That's where we are right now as the umpires try to sort it out. Now, as we mentioned, baseball fights are usually a lot of dancing, a lot of shoving, but we've seen the manager with a cut. We've seen the pitcher with a huge gash on his left forehead. So this was a little bit more than pushing and shoving and dancing.
I'm trying to figure out why Carlson was on the first base side of home plate backing up. I mean, Jorge Posada obviously gave a little elbow as he went by, but don't they teach the pitchers to back up behind home plate? He was more towards the Yankee dugout side.
Well, either he just didn't back up enough to get in position to possibly back up the throw from right field after Gardner hits his double down the line. All right, so here he is. This is a good point, John. He's not in the right position right here.
He's supposed to be all the way behind home plate. He ends up right in the line of Jorge Posada.
See, Posada's hot right there. He wanted him badly. And now here, Michael, you say, who knows what's going on in that mayhem here, whether they're headbutts or guys scrambling, maybe there's some cheap shots going on, but you're right, this is not a typical baseball fight.
Johnny Damon and Jim Joyce tried to get between, and then Jim Joyce said, I'm out of here. You guys want to go, you go.
And Joe Girardi right in the middle of it.
This is where I think a lot of heads and guys trying to get into either trying to pull it apart or you may even be getting an accidental elbow from your own guys.
And here's Girardi getting hit by John McDonald.
And McDonald wasn't trying to hit him. He was just trying to pull everybody apart.
He was trying to grab Teixeira and pull him aside. And his arm swung around and hit Girardi. All right, now let me ask you this question. Now, you said that Cito Gaston was the type of guy, you got to protect your people. Is he happy that it turned into this?
No, not at all.
And this is what happens, though.
Well, I think the perfect storm just happened there. Posada was hot. There's no doubt. There's nothing masking that. The emotions pop over, and then here's Carlson standing in front of him. Yeah, he probably had a little bit, whatever. You get him. And Carlson didn't back down, and there you have it. No, Cito does not advocate fights. And, unfortunately, Michael, it's part of the game.
So Jeremy Accardo takes over. Derek Jeter's in there. Runners on second and third and 2 outs. And there's a strike from Accardo. Well, now it makes tomorrow's game pretty interesting as well because there usually happens to be carryover. Those are Accardo's numbers.
I'll tell you what, Derek Jeter gets a base hit. This game gets awfully interesting coming to the 9th inning. Al mentioned waking up a sleeping dog. Well, Yankee Ball Club is now ready to go, I'm sure.
Well, the ejections, there are just 2 ejections. It's Posada and Carlson. Those are the guys that were ejected from the game. Now, Joe's eye does look like it's a little bit swollen. The left eye keeps touching it. And then he has that cut on his ear. And the 1-2. For Posada, his first ejection since August of 2007. Second and third with 2 outs, 2-2 count. Cardo deals outside.
But Carlson had to go up to the clubhouse. I didn't think you can hang in the dugout when you get thrown out of a game.
Exactly right. Umpires are snoozing on this.
And the 3-2. Yeah, once you're thrown out of a game, you have to leave the dugout. And obviously none of the umpires see it.
We lost an umpire, it looks like, too.
And one of the umpires is out. Derek Jeter works a walk. That loads the bases for the Yanks. Did the Blue Jays awake a sleeping dog? Bases loaded for Johnny Damon. And he's got another left-hander warming. That's Scott Downs. And will he go and get the left-hander to face Johnny Damon? So he's made the signal. Ricardo's done. He walks Jeter. And now Downs comes in to try to get Damon with the bases loaded. Stick around. Doesn't matter that they're terribly out of it. Now it becomes personal, where they want to get this done. They do not want the Yankees to come back after that bench clearing brawl. So Downs will warm up. We'll duck out for just a moment. You come on back. Good numbers for Scott Downs in 46 games, 2.76 ERA, less than a hit per inning, and about a strikeout per inning. And he's in a big spot. Bases loaded, Yankees down 9-3. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Johnny Damon at the plate. Damon 1 for 4. And there's a strike.
Johnny Damon 4 for 19 in his career against Downs. .211 batting average.
And the 0-1. There's a strike. So outside, now inside, and he's up in the count 0-2.
Well, that's why that tough batting average against Johnny Damon. Anytime you have a left-handed pitcher that has good numbers against a left-handed batter, he throws that pitch right there. Inside to stand up a lefty, and also for called strikes. It opens up the breaking ball away.
And the 0-2. Grounded towards second. Hill gobbles it up and flips to Overbay to get Damon for the final out. But the Yankees get a run on 2 hits, no errors, and the bases are left loaded. An eventful inning as the Yankees close it to within 9-3.
game. A 2-run shot in the top of the third. Number 7 on the year, and number 8, top of the fourth. Deep home run into right field. Your 4 drives of the game.
So here's Michael Dunn. He'll face Encarnacion, Barajas, and Bautista. 9-12-0 for the Blue Jays, 3-13-0 for the Yankees. And Encarnacion's had a good day. 2 for 3. And he was also hit by a pitch. Scored 2 runs. High pop-up. The new catcher, Cervelli, makes the play. Cervelli takes over for Posada, who is ejected. So 1 pitch, 1 out.
Looks a lot easier than it is. You can see Cervelli's going to have a little bit of trouble at the end, drifting a little bit. Makes a nice play. Alex Rodriguez deferring to the catcher.
Here's Barajas, so he gets booed as the remaining fans say, well, the pitcher's not out there, we'll boo the catcher. Count 1-0. All right, guys, do fights end it, or is this lingering for tomorrow?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt in my mind. You know, you kind of pay attention tomorrow, see how that early part of the ball game plays out.
I think it's ended. I think what John's saying is it all depends on how the pitchers approach the start, and what Chad Godin, who's starting, Brian Tallett, how do they pitch guys, and does it look obvious? And the umpires will be on. Greg Gibson, who's at first today, he'll be very well aware of what looks obvious and what doesn't. I mean, what makes it linger, Michael, is if there's the residual effect of the next day, somewhere it looks like somebody's still either throwing at somebody or knocking somebody down. That's what continues the tempers.
Popped up. Drifting out is Cano. Coming on is Swisher. And Cano makes the play. He is so good at going back on the ball like that and helps out Nick Swisher quite a bit.
In a big way. That ball had plenty of hang time for Nick Swisher. Now, you see Robinson Cano tracking it there. I don't know whether Swisher's he's saying something, but it's got to be loud and calling off the infielder. The rule of thumb is the infielders go out aggressively until they're called off.
Bautista takes a pitch outside. Four putouts on pop-ups by Cano today. And strike.
Well, that was an easy one, Mike. That was a fly ball to right, pretty much.
Driven deep to left field. That ball is gone. A home run for Bautista. And now the Blue Jays lead 10-3. Sixth home run for Bautista.
Bautista getting his 1-0 fastball. Ooh, middle of the plate up, just like every major league hitter loves to see. Gets a good swing on it. Only his 6th home run of the year. With a swing like that, you think he'd have a few more.
Pitch to Snyder's outside. So 5 home runs for the Blue Jays in this game. Chad Godin will go for the Yankees, replacing Andy Pettit in tomorrow's start. Pettit's being skipped over because of fatigue in his left shoulder, and he'll go up against the lefty Brian Talent for the Blue Jays. Bears go down. Toronto with 5 home runs, as I mentioned, that ties a season high for them. And the pitch inside. Sergio Mitre started, pitched into the 6th inning, then Ramirez, Melanson, and now Dunn. There's a strike, and Snyder is down looking, so he hits 2 home runs and strikes out 3 times. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left. Can the Yankees rally in the bottom of the 9th? 10-3, Blue Jays lead. Dangerous. Which Yankee pitcher treated catching criminals had he not made it to the big leagues? Find out on the Verizon Fios game wrap-up after the game on My 9 News. New pitcher for the Blue Jays, Brandon League. We'll try to get the final outs of this game. And he's going to face Teixeira, A-Rod, and Matsui. Those are the numbers on League. More than a strikeout per inning.
He's got good stuff. He's struggling lately. 13 earned runs over his last 18 innings. A guy who throws hard, getting beat up lately.
Well, you say good stuff, John. I thought this guy would have the burst as a closer kind of stuff guy. But as you just said with the statistic, just ain't consistent enough. But he could get the ball up there, that mid-90.
Teixeira fouls it away. And the count 1-1. So Roy Halladay is poised to get the win. He would go 15-9. He lasted 6 innings, gave up 11 hits, so he really grinded it out. Count 2-1. And now it's 3-1.
See the velocity for League. I mean, he's a mid-90s guy, kind of all over the place behind in the count 3-1. It looks like you could pick up the ball. Not a whole lot of deception.
scatter some people in the Yankee dugout. So one of the umpires is out. We don't know which one, to be honest with you. Can't tell from up here one from the other, but one was hurt in the benches clearing brawl.
It was Darryl Cousins, the crew chief.
That one's lined into center field. And it gets past Vernon Wells, and it rolls to the wall. Teixeira goes to second. He's going for 3. The throw is not in time. A triple for Teixeira, his second one in as many nights.
Well, not a bad try for Vernon Wells. You can see it's got some right to left slice on it, just out of his reach. Blue Jays have a big lead. He decided to take a chance. Wasn't not able to come up with it. And Mark Teixeira, like you said, Michael, triple last night off the center field wall. And now another triple. Once it gets by him, it's easily a double. Kicks it into another gear coming around second base. Cruises in with a stand-up triple.
And here's Alex Rodriguez. Skied the other way. Right field. Giving chase Bautista, and that makes the seats out of play. Well, Teixeira didn't have a triple since August of 2007. Now he has them on back-to-back nights. Teixeira leads off of third. And a 1-1. 94 miles an hour past him. The count 1-2. The Yankees have actually out-hit the Blue Jays tonight, 14-13. But they've been outscored 10-3.
Home runs, the difference for the Blue Jays. 5 home runs.
Went off speed there in the count 2-2. And that hits Mark Teixeira.
Hits him in foul territory, so it's going to be a dead ball.
And that's why you lead in foul territory. If it gets hit in fair territory, you're out. They got him on the upper thigh. And A-Rod swings and misses at the breaking ball. One away.
A nasty split from Brandon Lee. See the bottom drop out of that changeup. He holds it with his fingers spread out in front after hitting that fastball, pulling it. Good pitch.
Here's Matsui with a runner on third. Foul back to the screen. Most of the crowd gone here at the stadium. Crowd of over 45,000 at the start. But the Blue Jays have scored in every inning but the fifth since they didn't score in the second. 3 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 2 in the sixth, 1 in the seventh, 1 in the eighth, 1 in the ninth. Count 0-2 on Matsui.
Some of these swings show you how tough Lee can be. I mean, an overpowering fastball and then a nasty split down and away. Hideki Matsui fooled out on his front foot.
Boy, you think of as nasty as that pitch is, John, if you could save it, and he does show the ball early, but he throws hard enough where you think maybe fastball getting, the 2-strike count and then the put-away changeup like that.
Umpire says no, he did not go.
I think of Dwayne Ward, a closer with the Blue Jays for years. He'd give you a couple sinkers. If you fouled it off or put it in play, fine. You get 2 strikes, and it was this nasty slider after the next one. And pretty much, he struck out just about everybody. A couple of years, he led the team in strikeouts as a reliever. Yeah.
One, two.
Barajas got beat up with that ball in the dirt. Did a nice job blocking it. I think it got a piece of his right arm. To go out to the mound, give himself a little bit of a break. It's another split. It's yanked inside. Gets him on the right hand. Grimacing in pain, going out to the mound. Takes a few minutes. Back to work.
How's that feel?
I think him walking out to the mound tells you everything you need to know.
The 2-2. High fly ball, right field. Into the corner is Bautista. And it makes the seats out of play.
Certainly no quit in these Yankee hitters. The bats, they're grinding it out, taking the pitches that are off the plate, fighting off pitches that are deemed pitchers' pitches. Throwing a lot of pitches, these Blue Jay pitchers.
The 2-2. Matsui battling. Tomorrow, the final game of this homestand for the Yankees. Then there's an off day on Thursday. In fact, the Yankees for the rest of the year are off every single Thursday. And then they head to Seattle Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Then on for 3 in Anaheim against the Angels. Then another Thursday off. Then the Red Sox come to town. Then the Royals. And then the Yankees finish the season on the road in St. Pete against the Rays. The 2-2. 3-2. Al, do you get a sense now, all these years later, how people felt when you were not throwing the ball over the plate?
Grueling, agonizing. Oh, I wish I had sat up here for a little while to see it. It would have been completely different by now.
You just said, here it is, hit it.
Yeah.
You tried.
Yeah. No.
You're trying to throw quality pitches. Execute quality pitches. Teixeira led off the inning with a triple. A strikeout of A-Rod, and Natsui's worked the count to 3-2. And the pitch. Nice play by a kid over the dugout. Brought his glove.
Kid.
Don't be a kid.
It's like
he is not my age.
Biggest glove I've ever seen.
10th pitch of the at-bat will be the next pitch.
That guy's got a full beard.
3-2. Ground ball, base hit up the middle. Matsui wins the battle. Teixeira scores, and the Yankees trail now 10-4. Second hit of the night for Matsui, his 82nd run batted in.
Becky Matsui earned that RBI base hit, fouling off a lot of tough pitches, and finally he gets a fastball middle of the plate, drives it right back up the middle. RBI base hit, he earned that hit.
Great at bat. You bet he did. 10 pitch at bat here in a game that easily hitters, they say, often through the course of a season they throw away at a bat. Not these Yankee hitters tonight.
There's Melky Cabrera pinch hitting for Cervelli. Posada got ejected from the game after the bench clearing brawl. Driven out to left field. Snyder is there, and the Yankees are down to their final out. It doesn't seem as if pinch hitting is Melky's forte. He's now 1 for 7 lifetime as a pinch hitter. And that leaves it up to Cano. Cano has 2 hits tonight, and his average is at 320. Fouled away.
The 177th pitch the Yankees have seen tonight. That's a lot of pitches.
That's just 14 more than Dallas Green had you throwing your last start as a Yankee.
Second to last start as a Yankee.
You had one more after that?
In Kansas City.
The 0-1. But that was your first complete game in the bigs, right? You finished on 162.
No.
They took you out before that?
Yeah, it was in the ninth.
That one is looped to left field. Fair ball. It's going to be trouble. It is a foul ball. Along with Al Leiter and John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on My Nine. We thank you for spending part of your Tuesday evening with us. And we want to remind everybody that the Verizon Fios game wrap-up is coming up right after the game, so you want to stay tuned for that. Russ Salzberg back in the studio. Scott Stanford doing all the interviews. And you definitely want to stick around to see what's being said in that Yankee clubhouse. Matsui's on first base. Teixeira's already scored. 10-13-0 for the Blue Jays, 4-15-0 for the Yankees. Tomorrow night, Talent against Godin for the Yankees. The final game of this 2-game set, the final game of a homestand. Still 1-2. Keeps fouling him off.
Split finger after split finger. Robinson Cano doing a good job just fouling off these pitches. Wait for that mistake.
In this inning, League has thrown 31 pitches. And here's number 32. That one's driven to center field. Vernon Wells is there, and that will do it. Yankees lose this one 10-4 in the ninth inning. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. As the Yankees lose the first game of this 2-game set in 3 hours and 52 minutes.